Chapter 1913. Xian Feng, you have to understand that this young man seems to have inherited the bloodline of a human king. It's just that outsiders can't see it. Moreover, I don't know where he got this terrifying primordial heavenly demon fighting spirit from. He can actually transform into a heavenly demon. He's so young and his cultivation is only at the peak of the 14th level of Yin-Yang realm, but he can easily kill a 17th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. He's a real top genius. Even in the Black Tortoise mainland, he's definitely the top. You can't compare with him. The sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Palace did not give Xian Feng any face. His words were full of praise for Ling Xiao and mocking Xian Feng. I don't believe it! Xian Feng shouted stubbornly. Even if you don't believe it, I won't allow you to die. After all, you're the son of my friend. Although you're useless, if you die, it'll be very difficult for me. The sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Palace looked at him and said, Moreover, the Thick Earth sect is recruiting talents. Although Ling Xiao has some grudges with the Divine Palace, it's just a small problem. I think the Thick Earth sect will definitely like such a genius. No, you want him to join the Black Tortoise Divine Palace? Xian Feng gritted his teeth. Letting someone who humiliated him join the Black Tortoise Divine Palace was an insult to him. No, join the Thick Earth sect, the sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Palace said indifferently. He did not care about Xian Feng's anger at all. All right, since Senior insists on letting him join the Thick Earth sect, then as the supervisor of the Thick Earth sect in the Black Tortoise Divine Palace, I have the obligation to test his talent and strength. Xian Feng suddenly rolled his eyes and said. The sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Palace was silent for a long time before he sighed helplessly and said, Since you don't know your limits, then go ahead and try. Anyway, with Xian Yi here you won't die. There's no need for Xian Yi to do anything. I'll behead him very soon. Xian Feng rushed down impatiently and landed on the battlefield, appearing next to Xian Yi. Xian Yi, step aside. I'll kill him. Young Master Xian Feng, you're not dead? Xian Yi shouted excitedly. Thank you so much for that slash. My soul almost died in the underworld. Fortunately, the Divine Palace sect master intervened and saved my life. Xian Feng glared at Xian Yi, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, From now on, you'll see what a real expert looks like. Ling Xiao frowned, but his mind was racing. The Black Tortoise Divine Temple's sovereign actually personally saved Xian Feng, indicating that this person's status was extremely high. If he could hold this person hostage, then not only could he live, he could also take Leng Mei away. Although he might not succeed, it was worth a try. Thinking up to here, he only coldly glanced at Xian Feng, then hooked his hand and said, Make your move. I want to see how strong the person who just knelt and begged for mercy is. Hearing Ling Zhao's ridicule, Xian Feng was furious. A shadow of a snow lion appeared behind him, and a transparent frost sword appeared in his hand. Die, brat! The air seemed to have frozen as the frost sword approached. There was a snow lion pouncing on Ling Xiao. No wonder Xian Feng liked to keep snow lions as pets. His martial soul was the snow lion. Su Mo dared not underestimate Xian Feng. After all, his opponent was a rank 18 Yin-Yang realm expert. Su Mo went all out from the start. The Crimson Sun sword appeared. The terrifying crimson radiance formed a crimson sun and collided with the snow lion sword chi. Rumble! The terrifying sword chi collided in the air. Ling Xiao frowned and stomped on the ground. The ground cracked and a large amount of energy penetrated into the ground. Not far away, the energy shot out through the cracks and killed a few divine guards on the spot. On the other side, Xian Feng did not retreat. However, he was surprised. His cultivation level was 4 ranks higher than Ling Zhao's. Ling Xiao was not at a disadvantage. Instead, he diverted the energy and injured the divine guards of Black Tortoise Temple. Such an opponent was not easy to deal with, as he was too cunning. Not bad at all. However, if you think that's all I have, you're wrong. Xian Feng was going crazy. He thought that he was poisoned by the yin-yang powder. That was why he was humiliated by Ling Xiao. However, the yin-yang powder had been dispelled and his strength had recovered to its peak because of his relationship with the sect master of Black Tortoise Temple. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had fought for a long time and should have consumed a lot of energy. However, Xian Feng, a rank 18 yin-yang realm martial artist, could not do anything to Ling Xiao. How could he not be enraged? However, Ling Xiao did not talk nonsense with him. He stabbed with the Crimson Sun sword again. At the same time, he turned into a ray of light and charged at Xian Feng like lightning. They were so close. They were so fast. Even Xian Feng, who had a higher cultivation level, could not react in time. Damn it! How can this guy's speed be so terrifying? Xian Yi, who was standing next to Xian Feng, was shocked. He was afraid that Xian Feng would be hurt, so he attacked without warning. At the same time, a few divine guards stood in front of Xian Feng and protected him. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao's stroke could hurt Xian Feng, they definitely did not dare to watch Ling Xiao attack Xian Feng. The so-called one-on-one battle had become a ridiculous one-on-many battle. However, there was no change in Ling Xiao's eyes. His body had turned into a ray of light. Xian Yi and the others' expressions turned solemn when they saw the terrifying gust of wind. At the same time, another figure separated from Ling Xiao's body and charged at Xian Feng at an extremely fast speed. Xian Feng's cultivation level was strong, but Ling Xiao had already seen through him. He was definitely a playboy and had never fought in a real battle. Hence, in Ling Xiao's opinion, Xian Feng was even weaker than some martial artists who were at the 17th level of yin-yang realm. This guy's combat experience was terrible. Even if he had twin martial souls that were weaker than him, he could still kill this guy. Chi. The Crimson Sun sword turned into a ray of crimson sword light and charged at Xian Yi. Xian Yi could not help but be stunned. He thought that Ling Xiao was going to kill Xian Feng. He did not expect this guy to be so stupid as to stab at him. Idiot, you made an extremely stupid choice. Xian Yi shook his wrist and a ray of light flashed in his hand. He easily blocked the Crimson Sun sword. A smug expression appeared on his face. As long as he blocked Ling Xiao's attack, Xian Feng would not be in danger. After all, there were so many people protecting Xian Feng. However, at that moment, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Suddenly, another sword appeared in his originally empty left hand. It was a dark demonic sword. The terrifying dark aura was more compatible with the heavenly demon incarnation. Chapter 1914. Xian Feng, you have to understand that this young man seems to have inherited the bloodline of a human king. It's just that outsiders can't see it. Moreover, I don't know where he got this terrifying primordial heavenly demon fighting spirit from. He can actually transform into a heavenly demon. He's so young and his cultivation is only at the peak of the 14th level of yin-yang realm, but he can easily kill a 17th level yin-yang realm martial artist. He's a real top genius. Even in the Black Tortoise mainland, he's definitely the top. You can't compare with him. The sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Palace did not give Xian Feng any face. His words were full of praise for Ling Xiao and mocking Xian Feng. I don't believe it! Xian Feng shouted stubbornly. Even if you don't believe it, I won't allow you to die. After all, you're the son of my friend. Although you're useless, if you die, it'll be very difficult for me. The sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Palace looked at him and said, Moreover, the Thick Earth sect is recruiting talents. Although Ling Xiao has some grudges with the Divine Palace, it's just a small problem. I think the Thick Earth sect will definitely like such a genius. No, you want him to join the Black Tortoise Divine Palace? Xian Feng gritted his teeth. Letting someone who humiliated him join the Black Tortoise Divine Palace was an insult to him. No, join the Thick Earth sect, the sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Palace said indifferently. He did not care about Xian Feng's anger at all. All right, since Senior insists on letting him join the Thick Earth sect, then as the supervisor of the Thick Earth sect in the Black Tortoise Divine Palace, I have the obligation to test his talent and strength. Xian Feng suddenly rolled his eyes and said. The sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Palace was silent for a long time before he sighed helplessly and said, Since you don't know your limits, then go ahead and try. Anyway, with Xian Yi here you won't die. There's no need for Xian Yi to do anything. I'll behead him very soon. Xian Feng rushed down impatiently and landed on the battlefield, appearing next to Xian Yi. Xian Yi, step aside. I'll kill him! Young Master Xian Feng, you're not dead? Xian Yi shouted excitedly. Thank you so much for that slash. My soul almost died in the underworld. Fortunately, the Divine Palace's sect master intervened and saved my life. Xian Feng glared at Xian Yi, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Brat, the yin-yang powder in this young master's body has been removed. From now on, you will see what a true expert looks like. Ling Xiao frowned, but his mind was racing. The sovereign of the Black Tortoise Temple actually personally saved Xian Feng, indicating that this person's status was extremely high. If he could hold this person hostage, then not only could he live, he could also take Cold Plum away. Although he might not succeed, it was worth a try. Thinking up to here, he only coldly glanced at Xian Feng, then hooked his hand and said, Make your move. I want to see how much strength the person who just knelt and begged for mercy has. You're courting death. When Xian Feng heard Ling Xiao's ridicule, he was instantly enraged. A shadow of a snow lion appeared behind him, and a transparent frost sword appeared in his hand. He thrust his sword at Ling Xiao. Die, brat! When the frost sword pierced over, the air seemed to have frozen. In Ling Xiao's eyes, there was not only a terrifying cold sword chi, but also a snow lion that was pouncing on him. No wonder Xian Feng liked to keep snow lions as pets. It turned out that his martial soul was the snow lion. Facing this person, Su Mo did not dare to be careless. After all, his opponent was a rank 18 yin-yang realm expert. Su Mo went all out from the start. The Crimson Sun sword appeared, and the terrifying crimson radiance condensed into a crimson sun, clashing with the snow lion sword chi. Rumble! The terrifying sword chi collided in the air, and Ling Xiao frowned. He suddenly stomped on the ground, causing a crack to appear on the ground. A large amount of energy penetrated into the ground. Not far away, the energy shot out through the crack, killing a few divine guards on the spot. On the other side, Xian Feng did not retreat, but there was a look of surprise on his face. His cultivation was 4 ranks higher than Ling Xiao's. In the attack, Ling Xiao was not at a disadvantage. Instead, he shifted the energy skillfully and even injured the divine guards of Black Tortoise Divine Hall. Such an opponent was not easy to deal with because he was too cunning. Not bad at all. However, if you think that's all I have, then you're wrong. Xian Feng was going crazy. He thought that he was poisoned by the yin-yang powder, which was why he was humiliated by Ling Xiao. However, the yin-yang powder had been dispelled, and his strength had recovered to its peak because of his relationship with the sect master of Black Tortoise Divine Hall. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had fought for such a long time, and he should have consumed a lot of energy. However, he, a rank 18 yin-yang realm martial artist, could not do anything to Ling Xiao. How could he not be angry? However, Ling Xiao did not waste his breath on him. He stabbed with the Crimson Sun sword again. At the same time, his body turned into a ray of light and charged at Xian Feng like lightning. The distance was so close. The speed was so fast. Even Xian Feng, who had a higher cultivation level, could not react in time. Damn it! How can this guy's speed be so terrifying? Xian Yi, who was standing next to Xian Feng, was shocked. He was afraid that Xian Feng would be hurt, so he attacked without warning. At the same time, a few divine guards stood in front of Xian Feng and protected him. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao's stroke could hurt Xian Feng, they definitely did not dare to watch Ling Xiao attack Xian Feng. The so-called one-on-one battle had turned into a ridiculous one-on-many battle. However, there was no change in Ling Xiao's eyes. His body had turned into a ray of light. Xian Yi and the others' expressions turned solemn when they saw the terrifying gust of wind. At the same time, another figure separated from Ling Zhao's body and charged at Xian Feng at an extremely fast speed. Xian Feng's cultivation level was strong, but Ling Xiao had already seen through him. He was definitely a playboy and had never fought in a real battle. Hence, in Ling Zhao's opinion, Xian Feng was even weaker than some martial artists who were at the 17th level of Yin-Yang realm. This guy's combat experience was terrible. Even if Xian Yi had twin martial souls that were weaker than him, he could still kill this guy. Chi. The Crimson Sun sword turned into a ray of crimson sword light and charged at Xian Yi. Xian Yi could not help but be stunned. He thought that Ling Xiao wanted to kill Xian Feng, but he did not expect this guy to be so stupid as to stab at him. Idiot, you have made an extremely stupid choice. Xian Yi shook his wrist and a ray of light flashed in his hand. He easily blocked the Crimson Sun's sword. A smug expression appeared on his face. As long as he blocked Ling Zhao's attack, Xian Feng would not be in danger. After all, Xian Feng had so many people protecting him. However, at this moment, the corners of Ling Zhao's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Suddenly another sword appeared in his originally empty left hand. It was a dark magic sword. Chapter 19:15. The sect master of Black Tortoise Temple looked at Ling Xiao indifferently, and waved his hand gently. The feeling that made Ling Xiao unable to move instantly disappeared. Ling Xiao stared at him and felt a chill in his heart. Xian Ming dared to let him go because he was confident that he could restrain him instantly. This was the confidence of an expert. He was too far away from this person. Sect Master! At this moment, another expert came from afar. Seeing Xian Ming, he hurriedly knelt down and saluted. Greetings, Sect Master. Get up. Why are you here instead of preparing for the Battle of the Kings? The person who came was Lawless. Xian Ming glanced at him indifferently and asked softly. I'm going to discuss with Sect Master about tomorrow's Battle of the Kings. A few days ago, Sect Master said that he might attend the battle personally. Lawless glanced at Ling Xiao and sighed helplessly. He was really depressed now. Because he had lost 2 bets, he had sworn to protect Ling Xiao and the martial artists of the Heavenly Empire. If the Sect Master wanted to deal with Ling Xiao today, he would be in a difficult situation. Got it. You can stand aside for now. Xian Ming waved his hand and said. Yes. Lawless stood aside and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He thought to himself. It's not that I don't want to save you. It's just that you have offended someone that even I can't do anything about. This is beyond the scope of the oath. He was looking for an excuse to break the oath. However, he was afraid that he would be punished by heaven for breaking the oath. Even so, he didn't want to offend Xian Ming. This sect master was too terrifying. He was definitely not someone he could deal with. Give me back Cold Plum! Ling Zhao's cold and firm voice rang out. Xian Ming, the sect master of Black Tortoise Temple, couldn't help but look at him in surprise. He actually dared to say such words under his powerful pressure? This kid was powerful. He was well aware of how strong his own cultivation was. He was no ordinary rebirth realm martial artist. Any Yin-Yang realm martial artist would either kneel down or faint in front of him. Some would even suffocate to death from his aura. No Yin-Yang realm martial artist had ever dared to speak to him like this. That's impossible! Xian Ming shook his head and said, Cold Plum is a black feather person of the feather world. She is very suitable to be a disciple of the dark department of the Huta sect. You shouldn't stop her. Instead, you should support her. Hearing that, Lawless, Xian Yi, Xian Feng, and the kneeling divine guards were stunned. What was going on? Normally, this high and mighty sect master would never waste words with the enemy. Why was he explaining to this crazy kid in front of him today? Let her wake up. As long as she is willing, I have nothing to say. Ling Xiao looked at Xian Ming and said, I hate it when people force me and my friends. Kid, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The sect master is giving you face by speaking for you. Don't push your luck. Don't overestimate yourself. Lawless shouted from the side. Of course, he hoped that Ling Xiao would agree to take Cold Plum away with Xian Ming. That way, Xian Ming would probably let Ling Xiao go. If that was the case, he wouldn't have to go back on his word and wouldn't have to go back on his word. I told you to give her back to me. Ling Xiao suddenly moved. He turned into a stream of light and pounced at Cold Plum. His idea was simple. He wanted to use his speed to save Cold Plum. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, he wanted to try. Because the opponent was too strong, he couldn't think of any other way. He could only take the risk. Good body movement. Unfortunately, you don't stand a chance against me. Xian Ming glanced at Ling Gao's afterimage and flicked his finger. Ling Xiao was struck by lightning. His body flew out like a broken kite and hit the wall of the temple. His whole body was covered in blood. Under the protection of the mysterious world body and the colored glaze armor, he was injured so easily. This Xian Ming was really terrifyingly strong. Although he had expected this to happen, Ling Xiao was still a little shocked when he was actually sent flying. Maybe this time, he had really encountered the biggest hurdle in his life. If he couldn't cross it, he would die without a burial place. If he could cross it, his future would be bright. If you want to be with her, it's very simple. Join the Deep Earth sect. I will take you and her to the Black Tortoise continent. In the future, one of you will become the most terrifying assassin of the Deep Earth sect. The other will become one of the most outstanding geniuses of the Deep Earth sect. Although Cold Plum will lose her memory and suffer a fate worse than death, she is just a woman. You can exchange her for a bright future. I believe I don't need to say more about how to choose. Xian Ming looked at Ling Xiao and said calmly. It was as if Ling Xiao would accept everything he said. Bah! Ling Xiao spat a mouthful of blood on the ground and cursed. Old dog, remember this. If I don't die today, I will let you know what fear is in the future. Sect Master, this kid is really stubborn. Why don't you give him to me and let me deal with him? I will make him obediently join the Deep Earth sect and be our dog for the rest of his life. Xian Feng said as he looked at Xian Ming with a ferocious expression. All right. Since he is not obedient, I don't intend to protect him. I will leave him to you. Although Xian Ming felt that Ling Xiao was a genius that could be nurtured, he did not like Ling Xiao's character. Ling Xiao was unruly and stubborn. He was not the type that he liked. You guys capture him? Xian Feng was overjoyed when he heard Xian Ming. Although Ling Xiao was injured, he still did not dare to get close to Ling Xiao. Instead, he sent a few 16th Terene Yang Realm Divine Guards to capture Ling Xiao. Yes, Sect Master! The few Divine Guards obeyed and walked towards Ling Xiao. Although they were afraid of Ling Xiao's sudden outburst, they could not disobey Xian Feng's order since Ling Xiao was injured and Ling Xiao was injured. Master, leave quickly! Cold Plum's voice suddenly sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. I'm not leaving! Ling Xiao resolutely said through soul transmission. You should know that the Deep Earth Sect's Dark Department is not a place for humans. They just want to torture you into a killing machine. How can I let them succeed? But Master, you should understand that the Black Tortoise Divine Palace's Sect Master, Xian Ming, is here. You have no hope of saving me. I know that Master cares about me and I know that Master has the ability to escape. Cold Plum has suffered coldness and torture all these years. I am not afraid of suffering. As long as Master lives well, that is Cold Plum's greatest happiness. Finally, Master, please help me find the others in the Blackwing Nation and let them live well like the Dragon Clan. This is what my father asked of me before he died. Chapter 1916. I can't do it. It's better if you do it yourself. Ling Xiao wasn't willing to agree to Cold Plum's request because he knew that Cold Plum wanted to sacrifice herself to help him. Although he didn't know what Cold Plum wanted to do, he believed that he could seize the opportunity to escape as long as Cold Plum did it. But so what if he escaped? Given the strength of Black Tortoise Sacred Hall, wouldn't it be easy for them to find and capture him? If that was the case, what was the point of him running away? Master, no need to talk nonsense. If you dare to mess around, I, Ling Xiao, will no longer recognize Cold Plum as a friend. Don't worry, I have a way to save you. I don't care even if you don't participate in the white tiger meet. Ling Xiao still had a final trump card, which was the Butterfly Lady and the Yuan Venerate. He wouldn't use these two trump cards until the last moment. Once he used them, he had to get the best results. Cold Plum was actually pretending to be unconscious. When she heard Ling Xiao's words, she couldn't help but cry. No one had ever treated her this well in her entire life. Actually, no one would say anything if Ling Xiao left just like that. After all, he was facing a powerful existence like the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall Sect Master. Instead, he might be called stupid if he stayed. However, Ling Xiao would rather do this than leave. This showed that he was really good to her. Kill! Without any warning, Ling Xiao abruptly exploded. The few divine guards near him didn't even have time to react before their bodies were blasted into pieces. Ling Xiao didn't stop. His target was Xian Feng. He could also see that although Xian Feng wasn't very strong, he was definitely an important person. As long as he held this fellow hostage, even the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall Sect Master would have to hold back. You will be buried with me! Ling Xiao arrived in front of Xian Feng in an instant and punched at Xian Feng's vital points. In order to prevent this fellow from escaping, he had to first severely injure this fellow. Seeing Ling Xiao closing in on him, Xian Feng was shocked. Unfortunately, it was too late when he wanted to escape. Ling Xiao's speed was much faster than his. He was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, firmly entangling him, making it impossible for him to escape. How dare you! The Black Tortoise Temple Master frowned slightly. His complexion didn't look too good. He was really a little angry. With him here, Ling Xiao actually tried to hold Xian Feng hostage. He did not take him seriously at all. Then, he gently waved his palm. At that moment, a terrifying force enveloped Ling Xiao from all directions. Ling Xiao felt as if he had been smashed by a huge hammer, and all the bones in his body were shattered. Boom! Ling Xiao, who was close to Xian Feng, was once again sent flying and fell to the ground. Almost all the bones in his body were shattered. Even if he still had internal force, he could not move and could not kill anyone. Ha 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 ha, let's see what else you can do now, you idiot! Men, take him away, take him to the blood prison. I want him to taste all the punishments in the Black Tortoise Temple. When Xian Feng saw that Ling Xiao was beaten into a cripple, he laughed wildly once again. He actually went near Ling Xiao and stretched out his hand to slap Ling Xiao's face. No one thought that Ling Xiao could do anything else, including Xian Yi, Lawless, and the Black Tortoise Temple Master. Even Cold Plum was crying hysterically in her heart. If it was not for Ling Xiao constantly stopping her, she really wanted to tear Xian Feng into pieces. Seeing Ling Xiao injured like that, her heart almost broke. Endure. You must endure. As long as Master is not dead, I have a way to save him. I must not be impulsive now. Cold Plum reminded herself over and over again, as if she was hypnotizing herself. Suddenly, at this moment, a scream was heard. Everyone looked over in surprise. The one who screamed was not Ling Xiao, but Xian Feng. Ling Xiao, whose bones had been shattered, still floated up strongly. His body seemed to be supported by a black shadow. His right hand grabbed Xian Feng's neck tightly. As long as he exerted a little force, this neck would be broken. Don't act recklessly! Xian Ming frowned. At this moment, he was really afraid of breaking the vases. Xian Feng was his master's son. Although he was the most crippled one, his master's blood still flowed in his body. If he died here, then he would be in trouble. At the very least, his master would question why he was unable to save Xian Feng even though he was so powerful. If you don't want me to kill him, then obediently release Cold Plum. I believe Senior Xian Ming is clear about which is more important. Ling Xiao absolutely believed that Xian Feng's life was more important than Cold Plum's. So as long as he controlled Xian Feng, then he could definitely exchange for Cold Plum. Senior, save me! Xian Feng could only cry for help in horror. Trash! You can't do anything right. Xian Ming took a deep breath. He wanted to use cold plum to exchange for Xian Feng. However, as the sect master of Black Tortoise Temple, he absolutely could not tolerate being threatened. Ling Xiao must die. Unless he still had something worth digging up. All right, this old man agrees. Let's release the hostages at the same time. How about it? Xian Ming looked at Ling Xiao and said, Old dog, do you really think I'm stupid? This is your Black Tortoise Temple's territory. If I release the hostages now, you can casually kill both of us. Ling Xiao scolded. Anyway, they were already like fire and water. He didn't care who he scolded. Then what do you say? Xian Ming asked coldly. It's very simple. Go to Sanjing Temple to exchange the hostages. Ling Xiao suggested. No problem. Although he didn't know what Ling Xiao was planning, Xian Ming felt that as long as they were within the range of Myriad Thunder Extreme Place, his Black Tortoise Temple could easily catch these two people and execute them. So he agreed without hesitation. Ling Xiao's biggest reliance was the Demon Wine Sword. Although the Demon Wine Sword was strong, it was only slightly stronger than the Honorables of the 13 Palaces. There was no way it could be compared to him. Even if the Demon Wine Sword appeared, he could just kill them together. Sect Master is really straightforward. Then let's meet at Sanjing Temple. Ling Xiao left with Xian Feng and no one dared to stop him. Even Xian Ming had to be cautious. Who would dare to act recklessly? If young Master Xian Feng was killed, they would all be buried with him. Xian Yi, bring some men to surround Sanjing Temple. Don't let even a mosquito out. Xian Ming looked at Xian Yi and ordered. Yes. Xian Yi took the order and left with a large number of divine guards. Xian Ming also slowly rose to the sky. Then, his body suddenly flashed, and he arrived at Sanjing Temple before Ling Xiao. At this time, Sanjing Temple was already in ruins. Near the ruins, there were several figures waiting anxiously. Among them were the Demon Wine Sword and Hong Qi. Both of them were injured. However, the enemy was in a worse state than them. It was the Black Tortoise Temple. Chapter 1917. Although the Wine Demon Sword and Hong Qi were injured, the others were also heavily injured. However, the enemy was in a worse state. The family head of the Sora family, Sora Jing, who had vowed to find trouble with Ling Xiao, died on the spot. This was the first rebirth realm martial artist that the Wine Demon Sword had killed since returning to the White Tiger continent. The other rebirth realm martial artist that was killed was actually a Black Wind Sacred Hall honorable from the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall. He was in charge of the Black Wind Sacred Hall, and had the same status as Lawless. Other than the two of them, the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall had lost more than 100 divine guards. They were all yin-yang realm martial artists. 5 half-rebirth realm martial artists had died tragically, all killed by Hong Qi. This kind of battle would definitely not satisfy the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall. Suddenly, the Wine Demon Sword frowned. The black sword in his hand flickered as he stared into the distance. After a while, an old man appeared in his line of sight, causing his expression to become unsightly. It's him! The Wine Demon Sword smiled bitterly. Elder Hong, take them away later. Run as far as you can. Leave the rest to me. Who is he? Hong Qi asked. Black Tortoise Sacred Hall Sect Master, Xian Ming. The Wine Demon Sword sighed and said, I'm not his match, and the gap between us is huge. Even if I fight with him, I'm afraid I can only last about 100 moves. Why is he here? Could it be that my good grandson has done something incredible in the Black Tortoise Temple again? Hong Qi was puzzled. The Black Tortoise Sacred Hall Sect Master would not show himself easily. Since he had shown himself today, something big must have happened. As they spoke, Xian Ming had already appeared in front of them. He was very close. The terrifying pressure made Dan Feng and the others unable to stand up straight. It was as if they were being crushed by a mountain. Among them, only the Wine Demon Sword and Hong Qi could stand up straight. However, what was surprising was that although Long Qin did not stand up straight, he actually took a step forward. His body flickered with golden light, and he let out a terrifying dragon roar to prevent himself from falling. Oh? Seems like the rumors are true. You are indeed a real dragon. Interesting, interesting. Who is this Ling Xiao? Not only does he have the black feather people, he also has the dragon race. He even has the help of the unruly wine demon's sword. Xianming was surprised and confused. Although Ling Xiao had indeed displayed terrifying potential and ability, his strength was still ordinary. Why would these people be so loyal to this brat? He didn't quite understand. It was hard to understand. Old dog, cut the crap. Where's Cold Plum? At this moment, another voice came from the horizon. Ling Xiao broke through the air and arrived. Although all the bones in his body had been shattered, they were still healing at an accelerated rate. His body was temporarily supported by the Son of Shadow. His speed was not as fast as when he was at his peak, but it was still not slow. Naturally, he came with me. Xianming was very angry because Ling Xiao actually dared to call him an old dog. However, this was not the time to lose his temper. After the exchange of hostages, it would not be too late to torture Ling Xiao. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and Ling Mei was released. Although he didn't know what kind of method he used, it was really brilliant. Senior Wine Demon Sword Grandfather, bring the others and follow me. Ling Xiao called out and flew into the ruins of the Tsunjing Temple. Although no one knew what had happened, they were very shocked. Ling Xiao actually dared to call Xianming an old dog, and that old dog actually did not fly into a rage and kill him? However, at this moment, they did not have time to think about this. They all followed Ling Xiao into the ruins of the Tsunjing Temple. Rumble! Ling Xiao split open a pile of ruins with his palm and revealed an entrance. Then, he rushed in. This was the former sacrificial hall of the Tsunjing Temple. Although it was suppressed by the ruins, it still did not collapse. The quality was excellent. Xianming did not hesitate and followed almost at the same time. This was the boldness of the strong. He thought that no one could pose a threat to him. After everyone entered the sacrificial hall, a large number of divine guards came from outside the Tsunjing Temple and completely surrounded the place. Don't let even a mosquito out, do you hear me? Whoever dares to barge in, kill without mercy! Xian Yi was furious. Under his watch, Xian Feng was being held hostage. This kind of humiliation made him burn with anger. Yes! The divine guards responded loudly. No one knew how many years had passed, but this kind of situation had never happened. Someone dared to provoke the Black Tortoise Temple during the White Tiger meet, and even killed so many people of the Black Tortoise Temple and held the supervisor of the Black Tortoise Temple hostage. They could not tolerate it. In the sacrificial hall, Ling Xiao finally stopped and then said to Xianming, "Let them go at the same time." "Yes." Xianming nodded. He did not know why Ling Xiao chose to exchange hostages here, and he did not feel any fresh aura here. It was still filled with dense immortal qi, which was released from the infinite thunderbolt's extreme land. He was very familiar with it. The aura in the Black Tortoise Temple was even denser than here. It was impossible for him to lose by exchanging hostages like this. What a pity, little girl. You could have become the most frightening assassin in the Black Tortoise continent. Xianming pushed Cold Plum out. At the same time, Ling Xiao also pushed Xian Feng out. At that moment, Xianming's lips curled into a sneer. His figure suddenly flashed and rushed towards Xian Feng. What a stupid kid! Are you worthy of exchanging hostages with this old man? Today, all of you will pay the price in blood. Is that so? Stupid and arrogant old dog, do you really think that I chose to exchange hostages here for no reason? Ling Xiao did not move, nor did he let the demon wine sword move. He just stood there, looking at Xianming as if he was looking at a joke. Xianming was stunned for a moment, and then sneered. You want to scare this old man with such words? You are too naive. He did not stop and continued to pounce on Xian Feng. At the same time, he grabbed Cold Plum again. However, at that moment, An extremely strong sense of danger took root and sprouted in his body. Years of battle experience told him that he was in a very dangerous situation. Although he did not know what kind of danger it was, he did not dare to be careless. He gave up saving Xian Feng and even gave up Cold Plum. He suddenly operated the reincarnation power and prepared for defense. In the void, a hand stretched out and slapped towards his back. Xian Ming hurriedly turned around and slapped. Boom! After the two palms collided, the entire ancestral hall shook. Many places in the Black Tortoise Temple that had already turned into ruins collapsed again. Eh? Xian Ming was stunned. His opponent's palm was really strong. It was actually on par with him. However, why did he feel such a familiar aura and power, as if he was fighting with himself? This feeling was too strange. It was as if he had seen the same thing somewhere before. Chapter 1918. He felt the familiar aura of his opponent. Suddenly, an idea came to Xian Ming's mind. But he immediately shook his head and said, Impossible! How is this possible? Only a human king knows how to set up the array in the graveyard of devils. How could he learn it? However, the next moment, he had to slap himself hard. Because the figure that came out of the void was exactly the same as him. Whether it was strength or appearance, they were exactly the same. Are you surprised, old dog? You used such an array to get the data of the participants, but you didn't know that I am proficient in arrays. I refined and modified an even more powerful mirror image array. Xian Feng was caught by Ling Xiao again, and Cold Plum was saved by the Wine Demon Sword. Ling Xiao could talk to Xian Ming indifferently. The mirror image array uses the power of the myriad lightning immortal slaying array, so any martial artist below the human celestial realm can copy it. You are no exception. You. Xian Ming was really surprised. He felt that he was sure to win and that he had seen through Ling Xiao. But at this moment, he realized that he didn't know enough about this kid. In this world, other than cultivation, there were some things that were more difficult to deal with. The magic weapon of a refiner. The array of an array refiner. The elixir of an alchemist. Especially the array. Once it was set up successfully, it could produce an effect that was beyond one's imagination. He was too careless. He thought that Ling Xiao's only trump card was the Wine Demon Sword. He didn't know that this kid had led him here to use the power of the myriad lightning immortal slaying array. Without the power, even the mirror image array couldn't copy his ability. Aren't you surprised? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Good, very good, but a mirror image is just a mirror image. Do you expect him to defeat me? Xian Ming said coldly. What if Senior Wine Demon Sword joins in? Ling Xiao asked. Xian Ming glanced at the Wine Demon Sword. Although he was confident that he could kill the Wine Demon Sword, it would be dangerous if there was a mirror image with the same strength as him. Ha 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 ha, I'm convinced. You are the only Yin-Yang realm martial artist that I admire. Tell me, what do you want? Although Xian Ming was indignant when he said that, it was obvious that he wanted to admit defeat. There was no other way. He had fallen into Ling Xiao's trap, and the hostage in his hands was gone. It was impossible to threaten the little guy. I didn't want to do anything at first. I just wanted to get my friend back. Ling Xiao was actually very clear that although the Wine Demon Sword and the Xian Ming mirror image would make Xian Ming very depressed. However, it was still almost impossible to kill him. A mirror image was a mirror image. As long as one found the trick, they would be able to crack it. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to use his advantage to temporarily make peace with Xian Ming. Then, he would use more time to ensure his safety. Now that you have her back, can you return Xian Feng to me? Xian Ming said coldly. That's impossible. The sect leader of the mysterious underworld sect is so strong. Once we lose the hostage, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave alive. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, How about this, after we finish participating in the White Tiger Storm meet, we'll return Profound Wind to you, how about it? What? Xian Ming felt that he must have heard wrongly. You still want to participate in the White Tiger Storm meet? Why not? Ling Xiao said indifferently. We finally passed the first 2 stages with great difficulty. Next is the Battle of the Kings. It's impossible for us to give up on our own initiative. Ha ha ha, this old man really likes you more and more. Good boy, since you're not afraid of death, then we'll do as you say. If anything happens to Profound Wind, this old man swears that I'll turn your heavenly empire into ruins. Xianming laughed a few times and said, Remove your array. This old man wants to see how you'll leave here alive after the White Tiger Storm meet ends. There's no need for Senior to worry about that. This Junior knows what to do. Ling Xiao also smiled. Xianming no longer spoke. He looked at the trembling Xianfeng and said, Follow them obediently for the time being. Sooner or later this debt will be settled. After saying that, he turned around and flew away. A cold and dignified voice came from the sky. All Black Tortoise Temple cultivators, listen to my order. Before the White Tiger Storm meet ends, no one is allowed to attack Ling Xiao and the others. Violators will be killed. He didn't feel angry at all. Instead, he was very excited. How big of a surprise would Ling Xiao bring him? It had been a long time since he had such an interesting little guy. No, it should be such an interesting toy. Playing with him well and then killing him later, that could also be considered fun. Watching Xianming leave, Ling Xiao threw Profound Wind to the Wine Demon's sword and said, Senior, I'll leave this guy in your care for the time being. I believe that even Xianming can't easily snatch him from your hands, right? Of course. The Wine Demon's sword caught the trembling Profound Wind and said with a smile, But do you really believe that Xianming will let you participate in the White Tiger Storm meet with peace of mind? I believe. Ling Xiao nodded and said, That kind of person is too confident and feels that everything is under his control. So what if I participate in the White Tiger Storm meet? Besides, the White Tiger Storm meet is organized by the Black Tortoise Temple and the other 5 major forces. If several talented cultivators were killed in the second battle, do you think the Black Tortoise Temple can hold back? Xianming is very powerful, but the 4 great empires and the righteous sect aren't to be trifled with. Especially the righteous sect, they might not be weaker than the Black Tortoise Temple. That's true. In any case, he feels that he can kill you at any time, so there's no hurry. However, what happens after the White Tiger Storm meet ends? That's the big problem. The Wine Demon's sword nodded. Don't worry, Senior Wine Demon's sword. I've already thought of what to do. Next, I need to concentrate on healing and wait for the Battle of the Kings to begin tomorrow. Although Ling Xiao could still fight, his combat strength had greatly decreased due to the broken bones in his body. He had to make the best use of his time to recover. All right, everyone start healing. I'll stand guard. The Wine Demon's sword said in a deep voice. Everyone didn't talk nonsense and entered a state of cultivation. The qualification to participate in the Battle of the Kings was obtained by Ling Xiao risking his life. If they couldn't obtain a good result, they would feel guilty. The night was very peaceful. As expected, Xianming didn't do anything to Ling Xiao and the others. However, he issued 3 orders in a row. First, bury the dead and injured Black Tortoise Temple cultivators and take care of their families. Second, completely seal off the main roads from Thunderclap City to other places. Every road needs to be guarded by a Rebirth Realm expert. They must not allow Ling Xiao to escape. Third, announce that he will personally host the Battle of the Kings. These 3 orders were obviously directed at this incident. Xianming also felt that he had been in seclusion for too long. It was time for him to come out and see the talents of the world. Perhaps this time, he could really select some talents for the Black Tortoise Temple. Chapter 1919. After seeing Ling Xiao and Cold Plum, Xianming felt that he should meet the geniuses of this year's White Tiger meet even more intensely. On the morning of the second day, outside Thunderclap City, a dense crowd was prepared to enjoy the final battle of this year's White Tiger meet. The sky was clear and cloudless. It was also an excellent weather for a showdown. The participating cultivators had gathered in the seats around the stage. It was easier to see here and more convenient to participate in the showdown. Look, that's the Black Tortoise Temple Sect Master, Lord Xianming! Suddenly, a flurry of voices sounded. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw a white-bearded man in a white robe slowly descending on the judges' seats. Who else could it be but Xianming? As expected of the Black Tortoise Temple's sect master, this aura simply makes people worship him. Perhaps Xianming deliberately released some of his aura today, so the participating cultivators could feel it very clearly. Perhaps this was also a way for Xianming to display his prestige. It was to make these people admire him. In this way, these people would be more willing to join the Black Tortoise Temple with him. Sit down. Today is the start of the third battle of the White Tiger Meet, the Battle of the Kings. This isn't just an honor, it's also an opportunity. The elites of the entire White Tiger continent have gathered here. If you can get a good ranking, you'll definitely become a hero of your generation. Of course, some people may think that an empty reputation is useless. But you also need to get a good ranking because as long as you can enter the second round of the Battle of the Kings, you'll be rewarded by the temple. Of course, the further you go, the better the rewards. If you can get first place, then the rewards you'll receive will surprise you. It's definitely something you've never thought of or dared to think of. The rules of the battle are very simple. If one side takes the initiative to admit defeat or is killed, then it's over. The rules of the battle were indeed simple. As long as you could continue to advance, then you'd be able to obtain the greatest benefits in the end. Regardless of whether you got first place or not, as long as your ranking was higher, there would naturally be more benefits. All 66 cultivators looked at the stage nervously. As long as you could enter the second round, you'd be rewarded. This first battle was especially important. Do you all understand? Understood. All right, let's cut to the chase. Who's ranked first in the treasure hunting battle? Come up and choose your opponent. These words hadn't come from the mysterious underworld, but from Lawless. Xianming had only given the opening speech. The rest of the speech was naturally left to Lawless. Ling Xiao stood up and glanced at Xianming. Then, he slowly walked towards the arena. It seemed that he had not fully recovered from his injuries. When he walked, he did not dare to walk too fast and seemed to be enduring intense pain. Do you think the bones that were shattered by this old man can be easily recovered? I'd like to see how far a cunning and daring brat like you can go. Looking at Ling Xiao, Xianming snorted inwardly. He would be very happy if Ling Xiao was tortured. Because this brat had thoroughly infuriated him, he wanted to see this brat be tortured to death. Ling Xiao, you now have the opportunity to challenge anyone outside of the top 10. Begin. Lawless also saw that Ling Xiao was not in a good position. Hence, when he spoke, he emphasized the words. Challenge anyone. He wanted Ling Xiao to choose a weaker opponent to deal with. In that case, there would be no danger, and he would not have to show up. At that moment, regardless of whether it was the audience or the participating warriors, they were all looking at Ling Xiao. They also wanted to know who Ling Xiao would choose as his opponent. Last night, a rumor had reached their ears that Ling Xiao's bones had been broken and his strength had been reduced sharply. Seeing it today, it seemed like the rumor was true. If Ling Xiao had to choose, he would probably choose the lower-ranked warriors. Your Majesty, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, if you have the ability, fight with me. I am looking forward to seeing your strength. As the saying went, take his life while he was sick. When they realized that Ling Xiao was seriously injured, other than their own people, the rest of the warriors wanted to take advantage of Ling Xiao. The one who shouted at Ling Xiao was actually the guy who was ranked 64th, just ahead of Zhu Xiaocong and Mou. Pick me! Another person shouted. Pick me! I won't kill you! We have no grudge against each other. Just let me advance to the second round easily. More and more people shouted at Ling Xiao. It seemed like Ling Xiao was not the champion of the treasure hunt, but more like a piece of trash that could be bullied. You then. Ling Xiao looked at Sora Aoifei and gestured with his finger. Sora Aoifei was one of the warriors who wanted to beat him up. He was ranked 56th. Although his ranking was a little low, he was not at the bottom. Many people thought that Ling Xiao's choice of him was not wise enough. When Sora Aoifei heard Ling Xiao's voice, he cried tears of joy. "Let me take revenge for the Sora family!" He jumped into the ring excitedly, as if he was worried that he would miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity if he hesitated. "Do you really want to kill me that badly?" Ling Xiao looked at Sora Aoifei's anxious face and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I admit that if you weren't injured I might not be your opponent. So this is a chance, the best chance for revenge." Sora Aoifei didn't hide his intentions and said loudly, "You have killed too many of our people. If I don't kill you, the heavens will not forgive me. Didn't they come to kill me first? Even so, you shouldn't kill them. After all, you are not dead yet." Sora Aoifei said again, "I have nothing to say to you. Come on, even if I am injured, you are not my opponent." Ling Xiao felt that he would become stupid if he continued to talk nonsense with this kind of person. "I will let you know how powerful the Sora family is." Sora Aoifei looked at Lawless and said, "Referee, can we start?" He seemed to be a little impatient. "The moment you step onto the stage, the competition has already begun. So, the next people, there's no need to ask such nonsense. Just directly attack." "Just start," Lawless said casually. "That's great." Sora Aoifei sneered and a humanoid martial soul appeared behind him. It was the ancestral soul of the Sora family, a woman who wasn't tall but had a pretty face. She had a baby face and loved to smile. Countless people had been bewitched by this face and died in the hands of this woman. Sora Aoifei released his martial soul and a huge blade appeared in his hand. He then slashed it at Ling Xiao. The humanoid martial soul behind him let out a strange smile, which was full of charm. Many people in the audience started to giggle, as if their souls had been hooked by something. The huge blade in his hand seemed to have come from the sky, as if it could split the whole ring in half. The domineering power made the elements in the air burst out with shrill screams and shrill cries. Chapter 1920. Human immortal ancestral spirit, grant me your strongest power. I'll defeat this unworthy champion. Sora Aoi roared as he quickly approached Ling Xiao. As his voice rang out, an even more terrifying power was released from the humanoid martial soul. It blew Ling Xiao's clothes until they fluttered loudly. Ling Xiao stood there as if he was completely mesmerized. He did not move at all. Boom! The terrifying saber, accompanied by an astonishing destructive power, directly chopped down on Ling Xiao's head. People could almost see the tragic scene of Ling Xiao's body being split open by the broadsword. Many people even let out cries of surprise. How could the champion of the treasure hunt lose so badly? However, when the gale stopped and the energy dissipated, what everyone saw was Sora Aoi's dumbfounded expression and Ling Xiao's smiling face. He didn't seem to be injured at all. Unharmed? How was that possible? No matter how weak Sora Aoifei was, he was at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, Ling Xiao did not move at all and easily blocked his attack. Wasn't he severely injured? Even if he wasn't severely injured, how could he have such a terrifying defense? You want to kill me with such strength? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. His eyes were filled with mockery. Shut up! You ant trash scum from the Sky Dragon continent! I'll definitely kill you! Sora Aoifei seemed to have gone crazy. He raised his broadsword again and slashed it at Ling Xiao's head. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3 slashes. Ling Xiao just watched quietly as he pretended to be arrogant. It was as if he was watching and trying to trip him up. Impossible! This is impossible! Sora Aoifei was finally terrified. He even threw away the broadsword in his hand. Ling Xiao grabbed the broadsword casually and said with a smile, It's a pity to throw away such a good weapon. Why don't I try it too? His eyes were filled with cold and sinister killing intent. The other party wanted to kill him, and had slashed him more than once. How could he let this guy go? Seeing the killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes, Sora Takei's body trembled violently. He wanted to admit defeat, but he found that his muscles were trembling. He couldn't even say the word, admit defeat. At this moment, his despair had reached its peak. Most of the people in the crowd did not know Ling Xiao. The audience couldn't understand. Sora Takei was a genius warrior from the Sora clan, one of the 4 great clans in the land of infinite thunders. How was it possible for Ling Xiao to block such a terrifying attack without even moving? And not just once? Colored glaze armor. It must be the colored glaze armor. The 100-eyed demon lord, Wulong, gritted his teeth and said, "Although this brat is seriously injured, he has the divine grade spiritual artifact, colored glaze armor. His defense is amazing. With Sora Jingfei's cultivation, it's impossible for him to break through his defense." His words received the agreement of almost everyone. Of course, Ling Zhao's friends were an exception. Only they knew how strong Ling Zhao's physical body was. From a certain perspective, it was even stronger than the divine-grade spiritual artifacts used by Yin-Yang Realm warriors. After all, Yin-Yang Realm warriors couldn't unleash the true power of a divine-grade spiritual artifact. They could only defend passively. Ling Xiao indeed didn't wear the colored glaze armor because he had lent it to Cold Plum. Cold Plum's strength was in her attack power, and her weakness was her defense. If she had the colored glaze armor, Ling Xiao absolutely believed that she had the ability to enter the top 5 of the White Tiger meet. Of course, the prerequisite was that Cold Plum had to completely comprehend the Black Feather King's inheritance. However, this should be relatively easy for her. After all, the Black Feather King was her father. With the bloodline connection, her comprehension would naturally be faster. "You want to kill me? Your strength is laughable and pitiful." Ling Zhao's words made the originally terrified Sora Takei even more embarrassed and angry. "You called me an ant, a piece of trash. But I've already given you so many chances, yet you didn't even manage to cut off a single strand of my hair. Then what are you?" Sora Takei opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. He had already used all his strength and attacked more than once. The other party didn't even fight back, but he couldn't hurt the other party at all. How should he answer? After a long time, he finally said, "You're just relying on the colored glaze armor. What's so great about that? If you have the ability, throw the colored glaze armor away." Ling Xiao looked at Sora Takei with disdain and said, "I really don't understand. How did you survive until now with that kind of brain? Your saber is also a spiritual artifact, right? Although it's only a fine-grade spiritual artifact. I'll use it to send you to your death. Tell your people from the Sora family not to be so arrogant in hell." Hearing this, Sora Takei's expression changed. He hurriedly shouted, "I want to admit." Of course, he wanted to admit defeat. As the saying goes, a bad life is better than a good death. Even if it was embarrassing, he didn't want to die like this. After all, there might still be hope. If he died, there would be nothing left. However, Ling Xiao didn't give him this opportunity. Ling Xiao didn't allow him to say the word admit defeat at all. With a sweep of the saber in his hand, Sora Takei's body was directly cut in half. The terrifying saber chi instantly spread all over Sora Takei's body, destroying his internal organs and brain. "I lost." At this time, Sora Takei said the last word. "Oh, you want to admit defeat? Why didn't you say so earlier? Now it's troublesome. I can't save a dead person." Seeing Sora Takei fall to the ground with his eyes wide open, Ling Xiao shrugged and looked very innocent. Was he killed just like that? The dignified genius of the Sora clan, who was protected by the Black Tortoise Temple, was killed by Ling Xiao in front of Xianming? Sora Takei didn't even have the chance to admit defeat. Although everyone knew that people would die in this battle of kings, the audience really didn't expect to die so quickly. Bastard! Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the audience. Then, a terrifying aura directly pounced on Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, when this aura approached the stage, it was directly blocked by the barrier. "Ling Xiao, you actually dared to kill him." Ling Xiao turned around and took a glance. That person was an expert of the Sora clan, a half-step rebirth realm expert. This made him feel a little ridiculous. So what if I killed him? I even killed Sora Takei. Is a mere Sora Takei worth being afraid of? Oh, right, Sora Takei Nu was also killed yesterday. I really don't know what qualifications an idiot like you has to be arrogant. If you want to live, you better shut your mouth. Ling Xiao said contemptuously to that person. Then, he slowly walked back to his seat. The Sora Takei clan expert really shut his mouth. Moreover, his face was filled with intense fear. He knew that Sora Takei Nu was killed, but he didn't know who did it. That was a Rebirth Realm expert. Now that he heard Ling Xiao's words, he suddenly understood. It must be that expert by Ling Xiao's side, Demon Wine's sword, who did it. Chapter 1921. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he felt. It was as if he had been stabbed by the sword of death all over his body, and he shuddered. He was really afraid that the liquor demon's sword would kill him as well. After all, it was a terrifying existence that could even kill all he knew. His body was trembling constantly, and he was about to collapse. Fortunately, Lawless's voice saved him. Ling Xiao wins the first battle. Let's begin the second battle. Cold Plum, choose your opponent. Lawless's voice was somewhat majestic, which temporarily dispelled the fear in the heart of the Aoi family expert. But at this time, he no longer dared to look at Ling Xiao, nor did he dare to speak. Ling Mei stepped onto the arena and pointed with her finger. I'll choose him. Sorry, Longchen, I want to solve a problem for my master first. The person she was pointing at was none other than the fifth son of the Jingyi school. This person had targeted Ling Xiao more than once or twice. He could be considered the best friend of the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong originally. Longchen said that he wanted to kill this guy, but now Cold Plum took the lead and chose the fifth son. First, she wanted to hone her combat skills, and second, she wanted to cut off the henchman of the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong. I'll let you have him, Longchen said indifferently. When the people of the Jingyi school saw this scene, they couldn't help but have a toothache. What did this mean? Did these two guys look down on the fifth son of the Jingyi school? How could they fight to kill him? Since you dare to challenge me, I'll let you know what pain is. Naturally, the fifth son was not afraid of Cold Plum. He directly rose from his seat and landed on the arena. When he arrived at the arena, he wanted to say a few more words, but he found that Cold Plum's figure had suddenly disappeared. Black Feather, Shadow Stab! When the fifth son noticed Cold Plum again, Cold Plum was already near him. Frightened, he hurriedly waved the weapon in his hand to block. However, Cold Plum's expression was cold. She went around him, allowing the other party's weapon to hit her. Then she stabbed the dagger in her hand into Diwuzi's neck. No! Diwuzi did not expect that Cold Plum would dare to take his attack head-on. It was only when his attack touched Cold Plum's body that he realized that Cold Plum's body was protected by the colored glaze treasure light. So the colored glaze armor is on her. How is this possible? Was that Ling Zhao's own defense? For a moment, everyone was shocked. This included the sect master of the Black Tortoise Temple, Xianming. Good lad, although I don't know what martial arts you've cultivated, your defense is really good. However, in my opinion, it's still not worth mentioning. Xianming had a complicated smile on his face. On the one hand, he felt that Ling Xiao was worth cultivating. He could become an outstanding genius of his Huta sect. Even in the Xuanwu continent, he could compete with other young geniuses. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's character made him very unhappy. This guy was not only stubborn but also stubborn. He would not give face to anyone. This kind of person was not easy to control. Go in peace! Cold Plum twisted the dagger, and then moved sideways in an instant. The dignified fifth son, one of the 7 strongest geniuses of the Jingyi school, had his head cut off easily by Ling Mei. He did not even have a chance to fight back from beginning to end. She shamelessly sneak attacked! Someone among the disciples of the Jingyi school shouted. It's ridiculous. The referee said before that as long as you step into the arena, the battle has already begun. The fifth son did not know how to defend himself. It can only be said that he was stupid. Blame others for sneak attacking? Ling Zhao's voice sounded, not giving these people any face. Judge, don't you agree? All right, the second battle, Cold Plum wins. It was not good for Lawless to attack the Jingyi school again, but he had to admit that Ling Zhao was right. The fifth son was clearly too careless. He thought that Cold Plum was not even as good as Ling Zhao, so he was not prepared to fight at all. As a result, he was attacked and died tragically. He deserved to die. So far, 2 people had died in 2 battles. To be honest, this situation surprised many people. Ling Zhao was seriously injured, but he could still easily kill Sora Jingfei. Cold Plum was thought to have gotten second place in the treasure hunting battle by luck, but she also easily killed the fifth son that the Jingyi school had high hopes for. These 2 people might not be as weak as they thought. In the third battle, Feng Fei chose Zhu Xiaocong. She wanted to use him to vent her anger. After all, Ling Zhao had killed people from the Jingyi school. Naturally, she had to do something. But Zhu Xiaocong wisely chose to give up. He wasn't stupid and wouldn't do anything pointless. In fact, it wasn't just him. Of all the people here, there were probably only a few who could match Feng Fei without losing. In the fourth battle, Tianhai Tourney chose Mou. This was clearly aimed at Ling Zhao as well. Mou naturally gave up as well. If it was any other opponent, he could still try, but there was no shame in giving up against Tianhai Tourney. What a coward! The White Tiger Gathering doesn't need such cowards. Have them get the hell out of 10,000 lightning desolate grounds, right? Tianhai Tourney's personality was different from Feng Fei's. Mou's abandonment made him very unhappy, so he spoke directly to Lawless. That's right, this kind of good-for-nothing should be kicked out. Many people below the stage began to shout as well. Lawless didn't speak, but Xianming waved a hand. His Highness Crown Prince of the Tianhai Empire is right. The White Tiger Gathering doesn't need cowards. Those who give up without even fighting shouldn't stay. Your Excellency's sect head's words are incorrect. Ling Zhao stood up and said in a clear voice. His voice was resounding and carried with it a terrifying domineering aura. This wasn't just because of his Sky Tyrant martial soul, but because he was the celestial emperor of the Dragon Emperor Empire. Impudent, you dare question the sect head's judgment? Lawless roared. So what if I do? Can I question him if he's wrong? Speak. Xianming stared at Ling Zhao, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. He wanted this Ling Zhao dead more and more. If not for the fear of breaking the vases, he would have attacked him right now. Your Excellency's sect head says cowards shouldn't stay here. Then do you mean to say that idiots should stay? Ling Zhao said coldly. Seeking fortune and avoiding calamity, knowing one's limits, is the key to a martial artist's survival. Facing an opponent you have no chance of beating, you still want to challenge them. That's not courage, that's stupidity. Zhu Xiaocong and Mou stood out from the blood purgatory battles and the treasure hunt. After experiencing life and death, they became one of the 66 remaining. If they are all cowards, who dares to say they have courage? You know this, but you still did something stupid like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Xianming looked at Ling Zhao and said, A mantis trying to stop a chariot? I don't think so. When I, Ling Zhao, do something, if I don't have some confidence, I won't take the risk. Otherwise, I would have been dead long ago. I'm not dead now, not because they pity me, but because they have no other choice. Ling Zhao said in neither servile nor overbearing manner. Chapter 1922. Enough, this old man won't argue with you. Since they want to stay, then stay. The battle will continue. Xianming thought to himself, stay and die with you. Lei Lai, the fifth to fight, was a cautious man. Although he had the right to choose his opponent, he didn't choose anyone too strong. Even if they were slightly stronger, he avoided them. He directly chose the 64th ranked opponent. That guy had a bitter expression on his face as he gave up. In the 6th round, Sun Lingchan chose a contestant from the Jingyi school. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that she was helping Ling Xiao vent his hatred. Feng Fei eliminated the Celestial Empire's people, so she helped Ling Xiao eliminate the Jingyi School's people. In the 7th round, Long Qin stepped onto the stage. He still chose a Jingyi School martial artist. It was obvious that the Celestial Empire and the Jingyi School were going all out in today's challenge. There was nothing much to say about the following challenges. The top geniuses all won easily. If they could choose someone with a weaker cultivation base, they chose those with weaker cultivation bases. This was not only because they didn't want to waste their energy, but more importantly, because they didn't want to expose their trump cards. When they met weak opponents, they would either choose to give up or be defeated in 1 or 2 moves. Their true competitors couldn't see through their strength at all, which preserved their advantage in the following battles. Ling Xiao was more concerned about the Crown Prince Consort, 100-eyed Demon Lord Wulong, Xiao Budian, Lei Meng, and Lei Tun. They all defeated their opponents easily. These people had grudges against Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao wanted to choose an opponent, he would naturally choose from them. It was normal to pay attention to their battles. Although these people defeated their opponents in 1 or 2 moves, he could still find some clues. Lei Meng and Lei Tun hadn't made much progress. It was obvious that the white tiger meat wasn't of much help to them. Especially in the first 2 battles, they didn't gain much benefit. In contrast, 100-eyed Demon Lord Wulong, Xiao Budian, and the Crown Prince Consort had made great progress. They were already considered first-rate existences. If he had to choose an opponent from these people, he would have to choose either Lei Tun or Lei Meng first. As the competition continued, another Jingyi School martial artist stepped onto the stage. This person's ranking in the Jingyi School was relatively high. He was considered the 10th genius of the Jingyi School. The opponent he chose was still the Celestial Dynasty Empire's martial artist, Dan Feng. Of course, he could choose Feng Minglian and Ji Luoyu, the 2 weaker ones. However, as one of the top 10 martial artists in the Jingyi School, he had some dignity that was not worth much. He felt that he would be laughed at by others. Moreover, he also felt that if he chose Dan Feng, he could still defeat Dan Feng. However, if an opponent was chosen after the 10th place, the opponent could reject the challenge. Unless there was a difference of more than 20 places, the opponent had to accept the challenge. According to the rules, if Dan Feng avoided the battle, then there was nothing he could do. But Dan Feng didn't refuse. Within the Celestial Empire, apart from Ling Xiao, Dan Feng felt that his actual combat ability was the strongest. He was even ranked ahead of Long Qin and Cold Plum. Even though his cultivation wasn't too high, he had experienced too many battles, so it was normal for him to win against someone stronger than him. Moreover, after the first 2 battles, he had perfectly inherited the legacy of the traitorous immortal. Not only had his cultivation broken through to the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but his overall combat strength had skyrocketed. His cultivation was higher than Ling Zhao's to begin with. Although this advantage was getting smaller and smaller, he could still maintain it for the time being. This was the only area where he could compare to Ling Xiao. Dan Feng also had the heart of a strong man and a genius. He wanted to prove that he was also a mainstay of the Celestial Dynasty Empire, not just a spectator. You actually dared to come up? The 10th genius of the Jingyi School was clearly surprised. When the Jingyi School's martial artists challenged the Celestial Dynasty Empire's people before, the other party had directly forfeited. Why did it change when it came to him? Are you looking down on me? Although I'm only ranked 10th, I'm not necessarily weaker than the 7 sons. The person looked at Dan Feng and spoke coldly. So what? Even if it was Feng Fei, I wouldn't refuse to fight, much less you. Dan Feng said lightly. This was his personality. Don't forget that he used to be an existence that suppressed Phoenix Cry Chishan and the Divine Phoenix continent. He was ranked first on the Dragon Phoenix rankings and had even gone to the White Tiger continent many times to gain experience. Although Ling Zhao's rise had overshadowed his brilliance, no one dared to look down on him. You really don't make a draft for boasting. I'd better advise you to admit defeat quickly. Otherwise, once the battle starts, I won't give you any chance to admit defeat. The 10th genius of the Jingyi school also had the glory of being a disciple of the Jingyi school. He looked at Dan Feng, hoping that he would admit defeat. This would not only reflect his powerful majesty and domineering aura, but also reduce some of his consumption. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. If it was only consumption, then it was fine. He was most afraid of being injured. That might affect the next battle. According to the rules of the Battle of Kings, each round of advancement could lead to better rewards. This 10th genius naturally wanted to win without a fight, because the further he went, the stronger his opponents would be. He had to maintain his full strength. Want to kill me? Dan Feng smiled contemptuously. Originally, I only wanted to defeat you, but if you want to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Although Dan Feng looked calm and collected on the surface, he was absolutely a decisive person who would kill. If his opponent didn't kill him, he wouldn't be ruthless. But if his opponent wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be merciful. You're simply stubborn. The 10th genius of the Jingyi school didn't intend to persuade Dan Feng anymore. He wanted to kill him in the shortest time and with the least consumption. Hee hee. Dan Feng smiled coldly and took the lead to take a step forward. Suddenly, a gust of wind rolled up, and the whole ring made a whistling sound. At that moment, everyone was stunned. This guy is not simple. Feng Fei narrowed his eyes. Although his cultivation is not as good as 10th junior brother, his use of power is too powerful. For a long time, the efficiency of a martial artist's internal energy conversion into attack and defense could not exceed 70%. A large amount of internal energy would be consumed in the conversion process. Most martial artists' internal energy conversion efficiency was less than 50%. Skilled geniuses could reach 50% to 60%. Very few martial artists could reach 70%, but it was impossible to go any higher. 10th junior brother's internal energy conversion efficiency was about 55%, but this Dan Feng's conversion efficiency reached 70%. Purely from the use of internal energy, this person is an unparalleled genius. Although Dan Feng was an enemy, Feng Fei had to admit that the man's innate talent in a certain aspect was terrifying. It was no wonder that this person had always occupied first place on the Dragon Phoenix rankings. Moreover, he hadn't been killed when he traveled alone on the White Tiger continent. Chapter 1923. Ms. Feng Fei deserves to be called the #1 genius of the White Tiger continent. Your eyesight is truly formidable. Possessing power and using power were two different things in and of itself. Possessing is the foundation, while using is a higher stage. Dan Feng smiled slightly as his weapon appeared in his hand, a horsetail whisk. The horsetail whisk looked soft and harmless, but no one dared to look down on it at this moment. Because yin and yang energy was constantly being released from the whisk, creating a special atmosphere. At the same time, a tornado rose up behind Dan Feng. It was his martial soul. Wind martial soul. One of the nature attribute martial souls. Others used their martial souls to fight, but Dan Feng used his martial soul to create momentum. Momentum was a very mysterious thing. If a martial artist could borrow the momentum of heaven and earth, then their attacks would be incomparably powerful. Most martial artists knew how to borrow momentum, but heaven and earth had its own laws. How could it be so easy to borrow momentum? Thus, Dan Feng took a different approach. He didn't borrow momentum, but created momentum. The entire arena had become the home of the wind. In this environment, the power of all of Dan Feng's attacks would increase greatly. Moreover, it would be accompanied by the force of the wind, giving his opponent a great sense of oppression. Boom! A terrifying aura flew out from the horsetail whisk and flew towards the 10th genius of the Jingyi sect. It was as if a gale between heaven and earth had enveloped him. It made the 10th heaven feel like he was going against nature. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Humans could be defeated, but could heaven and earth really be defeated? If you wanted to conquer the heavens, your cultivation had to reach the level of the 7 rulers. Obviously, the 10th genius couldn't do that. Therefore, his aura instantly weakened by a lot. Ling Xiao looked at Dan Feng and couldn't help but nod silently. Actually, he'd used the technique of creating momentum in the process of using his Sky Tyrant martial soul. The boundless universe enveloped the entire arena, instilling fear in his enemies and weakening their fighting spirit. However, that was a supporting effect, while Dan Feng had turned it into his main fighting style. If a martial artist set his mind on a direction, then he would become very terrifying. Dan Feng was the best example. This Dan Feng was really stronger than before. He could totally become Ling Xiao's right-hand man and help him share his burdens and solve his problems. Sigh! Another genius! Xianming sighed helplessly. Cold Plum, Long Qin, and Dan Feng, any one of them is as talented as the top geniuses of the White Tiger continent. But why are they so loyal to Ling Xiao? Even the sect master of the Black Tortoise Temple could not figure it out. It turns out that the overbearing and confident Xianming has times when he sighs. I have seen it for myself. All of a sudden, Xianming heard a voice in his head. Who? Xianming was startled. This was because the person who was able to project their voice directly into his mind was definitely not any weaker than him. In his impression, there were not many people like this in the entire White Tiger continent. What? You can't recognize my voice already? That person didn't answer directly and instead asked with a smile. 9 heavens do. Xianming was stunned for a moment, and then transmitted his voice through his soul. Hee, looks like you haven't forgotten me. Back then when the Black Tortoise Temple was messing around in the extreme lightning place, we didn't do anything. It wasn't because we were afraid of you, but because the palace master was cultivating in seclusion and didn't want to be disturbed. Now that the palace master has come out of seclusion, the good days of the Black Tortoise Temple are over. 9 Heavens Du's voice was very pleasant. Judging from the voice, it was clearly a young woman. Xianming looked into the distance and realized that there was a woman in a snow-white robe standing on a mountain in the distance. 9 Heavens Palace. You finally showed up. Xianming sneered. The Black Tortoise Temple occupied the extreme lightning place, held the White Tiger meet, and even supported the 4 great families. It seemed like they were recruiting talents, but their main purpose was to deal with the 9 Heavens Palace. The 9 Heavens Palace was somewhere in the extreme lightning place. When the human king retreated, he left the 9 Heavens deities to guard this place. Although the 9 Heavens deities weren't one of the top 12 human deities, they were still human deities. They had been here for generations and created the powerful 9 Heavens Palace. Unfortunately, 10,000 years ago, the White Tiger continent was in turmoil. In order to quell the rebellion, the palace master of the 9 Heavens Palace was seriously injured and had to go into seclusion to cultivate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Deep Earth sect of the Black Tortoise continent established the Black Tortoise Temple and entered the extreme lightning place. They openly replaced the 9 Heavens Palace and became the top force of the White Tiger continent. Everyone thought that the 9 Heavens Palace had fallen. Who would have thought that the 9 Heavens Du would suddenly appear? Did this mean that the 9 Heavens Palace would once again rule the White Tiger continent? No one knew. Xianming didn't know either, but he believed that the Black Tortoise Temple had made all the preparations. Even if the 9 Heavens Palace reappeared, they wouldn't be afraid. If the 9 Heavens Palace was so powerful, they would have made their move long ago. They wouldn't have let the 9 Heavens deities, who often harassed the Black Tortoise Temple, make trouble. At this moment, there was a sudden roar from the arena. The 10th genius of the Jingyi school was swept out of the arena by Dan Feng's gust of wind without any resistance. He was torn to pieces in the sky. Now, another person was killed. And the one who died was the 10th genius of the Jingyi school. The one who attacked was an unknown person from the Celestial Empire. Most of the people cried out in surprise. Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, Long Qin, and Dan Feng. These are probably the mainstays of the Celestial Empire. The 4 of them should be on par with the top geniuses of the White Tiger continent. You're exaggerating. They're only second-tier geniuses. Compared to Sun Linchan, Mu Wanchuang, Jun Maching, and Jun Macho, they're okay. Compared to the 13 top geniuses? Stop bragging. There was a fierce debate in the crowd. However, this didn't affect the judge's announcement of the winner. This battle, Dan Feng wins. After Dan Feng won, he turned and returned to Ling Yao's side. Brother Dan Feng, you're really not a good friend. You're so strong, but you didn't tell me earlier. You made me worry, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Brother Ling, don't laugh at me. You still don't know what I'm capable of. However, it's true that my strength has become stronger. This is all thanks to Brother Ling's help in obtaining the inheritance of the traitorous immortal. Dan Feng smiled bitterly. You don't seem to have used the inheritance of the traitorous immortal, right? Ling Xiao's eyesight was better than almost everyone present. In terms of eyesight, even Xian Ming was not as good as him. As expected, I can't hide anything from Brother Ling. It's just the first battle. There's no need to use it. I'll try to get into the top 10. If not, I'll enter the top 15. I won't let you work for nothing, Dan Feng said confidently. I hope that the four of us can join hands and enter the top 10. In this way, let's see who dares to look down on the talents of our celestial empire. Ling Xiao held his breath in his heart. He was looked down upon and called ants and trash. He was waiting for this day to be completely exalted. Chapter 1924. For Ling Xiao, the battle that followed could be considered a mixed blessing. Ji Luoyu and Feng Minglian were eliminated. Lu Lian, Blue Snow, and Hong Yu successfully advanced. In the end, there were 4 people from the Celestial Empire who advanced to the second round. They were Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, Longqin, and Dan Feng. Blue Snow and Lu Lian belonged to the Tianhai Empire. Hong Yu belonged to the Jingyi school. However, they had a good relationship with Ling Xiao. In the first round, 33 people were eliminated. Only half of the 66 people were left. All 13 top geniuses advanced. Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanshuang, Jun Maching, Jun Macho, and the other second-tier experts also successfully advanced. Basically, the dark horses were concentrated in the Celestial Empire. However, in the second round, apart from the top geniuses, there were only second-tier geniuses. All of them were truly tough battles. No one knew who would continue to stand in the arena in the third round. Although the eliminated cultivators had regretful expressions on their faces, they did not die. Compared to those who were killed in the arena, they were much better off. Moreover, after experiencing a battle, they had also gained quite a lot. At the very least, they recognized their own strength. After all, the 155 people who participated this time were all called geniuses in their respective factions. When geniuses met geniuses, who would be better? This was the true meaning of the white tiger meat. As for those who had advanced to the next round, they all had joyful expressions on their faces. As long as they did not die, they would be rewarded by the Black Tortoise Temple. The Black Tortoise Temple's reward would definitely not be ordinary. They were looking forward to it. Perhaps with this reward, they could be reborn and become even stronger. Such a thing had also happened in the past White Tiger Storm Conclave. Some people even had the opportunity to participate in the revival competition because of their cultivation breakthrough and their strength increase. Although there was no revival competition this time, man proposes, God disposes. If such a thing really happened, the revival competition would definitely be put on the agenda. The first round of battles is over. You have 2 hours to rest. Take the time to recover your strength and heal your injuries. The injured and exhausted martial artists were not willing to waste time, so they immediately sat down and began to rest. After all, not everyone had an easy victory. Many warriors had expended a lot of energy in the first round of battle. Of course, there were also some people who didn't consume much energy at all. In order to determine their next opponent, they needed to discuss with the people they trusted the most. After entering the second round of the Battle of the Kings, the top 10 still had the right to challenge opponents at will. Of course, he couldn't pick the top 10 warriors either. This rule was naturally to prevent powerhouses from bumping into each other too early. It could be considered a more reasonable measure of avoidance. It was also the reward for the second battle. Ling Xiao didn't say anything during the rest time. Instead, he continued to sit cross-legged and heal himself. It seemed like he had not fully recovered after being injured by Xian Ming yesterday. This scene was also witnessed by many observant people. Although Ling Xiao had killed Sora Aoifei was too weak to prove anything. Those who were stronger than Sora Aoi still thought that Ling Xiao was an easy opponent to defeat. Of course, this was only relative. Among the top 10, he was the only one who was seriously injured. Moreover, his cultivation seemed to be only slightly higher than Long Chen's and lower than the others. However, Long Chen was a descendant of the dragon tribe, so he definitely wouldn't be easy to deal with. 2 hours passed quickly, but Ling Xiao still didn't open his eyes. There were still people who wanted to talk nonsense anyway, so he just listened. There was no need for him to move. Lawless said slowly, "There are already 33 people in the second round of battle, so one of them can choose to pass. The top 10 have the right to choose this slot, starting from the first place. If the top 10 don't choose to pass, the slot will be randomly selected by the rest of the people. Whoever is lucky will get it. Also, I have to remind you that if you choose to pass, you will lose the reward for the second round of battle." Every victory in the Battle of the Kings had a reward, which could be stacked with the advancement reward. The reward for victory was usually spirit stones, elixirs, secret cultivation techniques, and the like. The advancement reward might very well be something more valuable, such as an inherited memory. Therefore, according to Ling Xiao's estimation, the top 10 wouldn't choose to pass, as it wasn't necessary. The slot might end up in the hands of the people behind them. Listen up. Out of the 33 people, 17 will enter the next round, and in the next round, there will be 9 people left. Of course, one of them will pass. This is the key point. At this time, we will have a revival match. Whoever defeats the person who passes will have the right to advance to the last round and become one of the top 10 strongest people of the White Tiger meet. There really is a revival match? This is a great opportunity. A lot of the eliminated martial artists couldn't help but feel energized again. Many of them felt that it wasn't because they were too weak, but because they had encountered 2 strong opponents. If there was such a revival match, it would be a bridge for them to cross from failure to success. No matter how many people fought for it, they wouldn't give up. Alright, that's all for the rules. Now let's start from the first place. Who wants to pass? Lawless looked at the contestants and said, "I give up." Ling Xiao gave up without a second thought. Although he was injured, there was no need for him to pass. "I give up too," Cold Plum also said. Then, as Ling Xiao had said, the top 10 all gave up on passing. So, they changed it to drawing lots. The one who drew the bai was Hong Yu of the Jingyi school. The little girl curled her lips, as if she still wanted to fight. She was really unhappy that she had drawn the bai. After all, her cultivation was not weak. She was even stronger than Ling Xiao. It was just that her actual combat ability was poor, so she hoped to have more actual combat experience. After the bai was drawn, the next step was naturally the official duel. Out of the 32 people, 16 of them would be directly eliminated. This was a very thrilling and exciting thing. This was because there were 13 top geniuses among the 32 people. For many people, there were only 3 slots for them to compete for. So far, no one in the audience thought that any of the 13 top geniuses would be eliminated. After all, these 13 people were too strong. Ling Xiao, choose your opponent. As long as it's out of the top 10, you can choose anyone. Lawless looked at Ling Xiao. He really wanted to know who would be unlucky enough to be chosen by Ling Xiao, the man. In Lawless's mind, except for the 13 top geniuses, no one could be Ling Xiao's opponent. Being chosen by him meant being eliminated. It was that cruel. Not only him, but the others were also paying attention to Ling Xiao. Chapter 1925. If Ling Xiao wanted to advance to the next level easily, he would undoubtedly have to choose those who were weaker. For example, Jun Macho, Blue Snow, Dan Feng, Lu Lian, Long Chen, Jun Maching, Mu Wanchuang, and Sun Linchan. Of course, the ones he should avoid the most were the 13 top geniuses. Who would he choose? Everyone was looking forward to it. I'll choose him. Everyone felt that this would be a difficult choice for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's choice was very quick and very simple. Almost without any hesitation, he pointed at one of them. Who did he choose? Some of the audience couldn't see the situation on the crystal screen because they were sitting far away. Moreover, the camera seemed to be surprised by Ling Xiao's choice and didn't capture that person in time. What are you still standing there for? I said I chose you. Could it be that the second disciple of Jingyi's school, 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong, doesn't dare to accept my challenge? This time, Ling Xiao not only pointed out, but said it out loud. Everyone heard him clearly. He chose 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong. He was one of the 13 top geniuses. And a very strong one at that. Was this guy crazy? There were so many weaklings to choose from, but he chose such a strong opponent? How would they know that Ling Xiao had his reasons for choosing the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong? There wouldn't be many more battles left. He wanted to destroy his enemy in the arena fair and square. Killing Sora Aoifei in the first round was just the beginning. The second round was the main course. This 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong had caused trouble for him multiple times. If he didn't kill him, who would he kill? Moreover, they'd fought twice in the blood purgatory battles. Ling Xiao was more familiar with Wulong than the little guy, Crown Prince Consort, Tianhai Tyranny, and Feng Fei. He was even more familiar than Lightning Python and Lightning Devourer. His choice seemed to be unintentional, but it was actually the result of careful consideration. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't see any problems with this choice, but the others saw it as a big problem. This was a crazy choice. Even the top-ranked Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, and Lei Lai wouldn't choose such a strong opponent in this round. He's crazy! Even if he can advance, he'll definitely be riddled with injuries. He'll definitely be finished in the next round. I don't think so. Isn't there a free pass in the next round? He has the right to choose first. That's too short of a time. Fighting against an opponent like the 100-eyed demon Lord, Wulong, would consume a lot of energy. It's impossible for him to recover in such a short time. Everyone below the stage was discussing animatedly. Of course, most people thought that Ling Xiao was being silly. A single misstep could lead to a series of missteps. In the end, everything would fall apart. Ha 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 ha, that's great, that's great. I have been waiting for this battle for far too long. I thought I wouldn't have the chance to fight with you, but I didn't expect you to choose me. After confirming that Ling Xiao had chosen him, the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong was indescribably excited. This was true excitement. As he didn't perform well in the treasure hunt, his ranking was outside the top 10. This directly meant that he didn't have the right to choose his opponent. If Ling Xiao deliberately avoided him, then he might not meet Ling Xiao until the end. That would be too boring. He was still thinking about how to change the situation and give him a chance to fight with Ling Xiao. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to give him this opportunity of his own accord. Was he stupid or overconfident? None of these were important. What was important was that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone. At the same time, he wanted to return all the humiliation he suffered in the purgatory blood battle. Ling Xiao was very strong, but he wasn't weak either. In fact, in his opinion, he was much stronger than Ling Xiao. The two great experts stood in the arena. Neither of them was in a hurry to make a move. Ling Xiao was a cautious person. In addition, his opponent was very strong. He had to plan carefully before making a move. Meanwhile, 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong had to be careful because he had lost to Ling Xiao twice in a row in the purgatory blood battle. Otherwise, he might end up as a sailboat in the gutter. To tell the truth, he still couldn't see through Ling Xiao completely. This guy looked weak, but his actual fighting strength was extremely strong. He didn't quite understand this. But that was one thing. He wasn't afraid. A powerful battle intent was released. Not only was it a pressure on Ling Xiao, but it was also a demonstration of his confidence and strength. Even if his opponent was Ling Xiao, or Tianhai Tyranny or Feng Fei, he wouldn't fear a fight. Now that he was facing Ling Xiao, there was no need to talk about his confidence. I chose you because you're weaker than the others, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't think you can use these psychological tactics to sway me. I, Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong, have nothing but self-confidence. I can tell you clearly that no matter how strong you are, your choice this time was extremely stupid and wrong. Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong said coldly. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong said coldly. This choice will cost you your life. Now you can say goodbye to your scoundrel friends. I haven't lived long enough yet. Ling Xiao smiled. I, Ling Xiao, always plan before acting. I've always thought thrice before acting. Since I chose you, it's because I can defeat you. Even if we take 10,000 steps back and say that you're stronger than I imagined, so what? I, Ling Xiao, will never regret my choices. Even if the path to hell is full of thorns, I'll walk it with my head held high until I flatten hell. You can kill me, but you can't make me regret it. Come, let's not waste words. Let's fight. Fine, then I'll fulfill your wish. Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong Huan's eyes widened like an angry leopard. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, and a huge shadow of a centipede appeared behind him. That was his martial soul. The centipede's body was densely packed with eyes. Many people with trypophobia couldn't help but close their eyes. They really couldn't watch anymore. After the martial soul was released, an even more powerful aura pressed down on Ling Xiao like a rolling wave. At the referee's table, the vice-sect master of Jingyi's school stroked his beard and couldn't help but nod secretly. How could the second son of Jingyi's school be easy to deal with? That Ling Xiao would definitely make a mistake that would cause everlasting regret. Lord Sect Master, if Wulong kills him, it should be fine, right? He suddenly looked at Xianming and asked. If he has the strength, then use Ling Xiao as a stepping stone to climb up. There's no problem. Xianming would hold back, but if Wulong killed Ling Xiao, those people in the Heavenly Empire couldn't blame him. They could only blame Ling Xiao for being too arrogant and choosing an opponent that was impossible to defeat. He also thought highly of Ling Xiao's talent, but in terms of current strength, Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong was still stronger than Ling Xiao. Chapter 1926. Xianming refused to believe that Ling Xiao could defeat Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong unless something unexpected happened. You're all too confident. Suddenly, Nine Heavens Du's voice rang out in Xianming's mind. What does that have to do with you? Xianming frowned. Hatred has really blinded your eyes. You don't even have the most basic judgment. If you had calmed down, you would have discovered that the little fellow called Ling Xiao had the aura of a human monarch. Although we can't be sure if he's the successor, it shouldn't be hard to defeat that Wulong. Nine Heavens Du's words were steady and wise, unlike Xianming's hatred and anger. You haven't appeared in a long time. You probably don't know that Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong is one of the 13 top geniuses of the White Tiger continent. Ling Xiao is nothing, Xianming retorted. Nine Heavens Du smiled and didn't say anything else. Since Xianming didn't believe her, then let the truth speak for itself. Just like Nine Heavens Du, no one in the Heavenly Dynasty doubted Ling Xiao's abilities. They firmly believed that Ling Xiao could win. Unless there was a special reason, Ling Xiao wouldn't engage in meaningless challenges. This person was domineering and brave, but also smart and far-sighted. He knew when to give up and wouldn't blindly charge forward. What do you think, Feng Fei? Tianhai Tyranny suddenly turned to ask. Ling Xiao will lose, Feng Fei said mildly. You don't understand Wulong. For today's battle, he cultivated day and night. He even went to dangerous places to cultivate. He didn't get to where he was today only because of his talent, but also because of his hard work. I've always believed that hard work will pay off. That Ling Xiao was clearly confused by the blood purgatory battles and thought he could defeat Wulong. she had looked down on Ling Xiao from the start. Feng Yinshan had once told her that Ling Xiao wasn't easy to deal with. She had never cared. In her eyes, Ling Xiao wasn't even worth mentioning. Die! In the arena, the hundred-eyed demon monarch, Wulong, could not help but make a move. He roared, and the demonic eye on his back released hundreds of beams of light that shot toward Ling Xiao. At the same time, he gathered all the strength in his body and formed a palm with both hands, slapping towards Ling Xiao. The palm shadows transformed into tens of thousands of palm shadows in the sky. It was obviously Sir God Qianzu's inheritance martial skill. Boom! It was as if heaven and earth were about to be torn apart by this terrifying palm wind. The entire arena began to tremble. As expected, the real hundred-eyed demon monarch Wulong was much stronger than the one in the Purgatory Blood War. He was indeed worthy of being the second son of the Jingyi school and one of the 13 top geniuses. The crowd couldn't help but cheer and shout. There were even people who were cheering for the hundred-eyed demon monarch Wulong. Most people looked down on Ling Xiao. After all, this was the White Tiger continent, and the hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong was the pinnacle genius of the White Tiger continent. How could they allow a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent to behave atrociously here? However, Ling Xiao remained calm in the face of the white-eyed demon dragon's overbearing attacks. His gaze was as calm as the surface of the water. He just stood there. Above his body, black gas began to spiral and rise, enveloping his body. That aura was still so overbearing, so arrogant, and so evil. At that moment, it was as if the entire arena was enveloped by this evil aura. Seeing this scene, Dan Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly. His Majesty is indeed a peerless genius. With just one look, he learned how to create momentum. I can't compare with him. That's right. Ling Xiao was creating momentum. He wanted to turn this arena into the home ground of the devil. As if a terrifying devil was born in the arena, Ling Xiao's body suddenly became much bigger. Then, his cold gaze stared at the palm shadows of the hundred-eyed demon monarch Wulong. This guy is so evil. What kind of martial skill did he cultivate? The audience shuddered. Just by seeing the terrifying devil appear in the arena, their hearts began to twitch. It's this devil who killed Aoi Yugo and massacred the Xianfeng temple. In the crowd, Xian Yi fiercely clenched his fists. He finally knew who his enemy was. Although he had fought with Ling Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation before, because Ling Xiao couldn't see the real face of the incarnation, he couldn't be sure who his enemy was. But at this moment, he finally understood. Kill that devil! The entire arena burst into cheers. Almost 90% of the audience released endless hostility towards Ling Xiao. They definitely wouldn't allow a devil to tarnish the sacred arena. However, Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a cold smile. You want me to die, but I won't. You'll be disappointed. Boom! The terrifying heavenly demon claw directly clawed out. Then, the hundred-eyed demon monarch Wulong's palm shadows that filled the sky were instantly shattered, inch by inch. Not a single palm landed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao looked down at the hundred-eyed demon monarch Wulong. His cold voice came out from the devil's mouth. Looks like you haven't improved much since the Purgatory blood battle. What? Everyone exclaimed. Is this Ling Xiao's true strength? Even the hundred-eyed demon monarch Wulong can't stop him? Ling Xiao actually blocked the hundred-eyed demon monarch Wulong's full-force attack with just one move. How could this guy be so powerful? The hundred-eyed demon monarch Wulong's face stiffened. His eyes were filled with intense confusion. From the cultivation level that Ling Xiao displayed, he was only at the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How could he be his match? Unless this guy was hiding his cultivation level. But just what level had his true cultivation reached? The hundred-eyed demon monarch started to panic. Because his attack didn't succeed, his confidence started to crack. Kill! The hundred-eyed demon monarch Wulong refused to believe that this was real. He gathered the yin-yang original energy again, and the terrifying energy gathered on his fists. This time, there were no fist shadows. Only his fists with a ferocious force smashed towards Ling Xiao. Scram! The heavenly demon yelled coldly, and a blood-red longsword appeared in his hand. The longsword danced, and the 100-eyed demon monarch Wulong seemed to see his body being split apart by the sword. At that moment, he didn't approach Ling Xiao. Instead, he retreated to the edge of the arena. Ling Xiao looked at Wulong indifferently and said disdainfully, "You keep saying that you want to kill me, but you don't even have the courage to approach me. 100-eyed demon monarch? Tui! I think you should just change your name to 100-eyed bug. In front of me, don't ever call yourself a demon monarch. You're just an insignificant bug. You can only bow down and worship me." Ling Xiao was really good at catching the opponent's weakness, including the psychological weakness. At that moment, the 100-eyed demon monarch Wulong's confidence was severely damaged. Facing Ling Xiao, he actually lost the courage to approach him. If that was the case, how could he possibly defeat Ling Xiao? Chapter 1927. Ling Xiao's sudden words caused the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong's mind to become even more chaotic. Ever since he joined the Jingyi school, he'd been hailed as a rare genius second only to Feng Fei. But even when facing Feng Fei, he never admitted defeat. He cultivated with all his might and worked hard, not daring to slack off for even a moment. He hoped that he could become an expert who could call the wind and summon the rain on the White Tiger continent. He could even head to the Xuanwu continent to continue his studies. Now he was one of the 13 top geniuses of the White Tiger continent. Moreover, he was the second disciple of the Jingyi school. Such glory made him feel like his dreams were about to come true. No one could stop him from moving forward. Even if it was Feng Fei, Tiahai's tyrannical ambition, or Lei Lai, he'd still win. But now he was afraid of a trifling Ling Xiao. This was simply impossible, but it was the truth. Ling Xiao had transformed into a celestial demon and was looking down on him. He was actually trembling with fear before this celestial demon? He didn't dare to look straight at him? It wasn't because he was timid, but because he'd used nearly 90% of his strength in his 2 attacks. Still, he couldn't hurt Ling Xiao at all. This made him feel discouraged and hopeless. It was as if the one standing before him wasn't Ling Xiao, but a god he could never defeat. An opponent he couldn't hurt made him feel powerless. What was the use of his cultivation? "Wulong! Are you still a disciple of my Jingyi school? Trash!" Suddenly, a clear voice reached Wulong's ears. It was Feng Fei. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with powerful spiritual energy. In a flash, Wulong woke up from his confusion. His chaotic emotions, which were on the verge of collapse, quickly returned to normal. "I almost fell for your trick!" 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong raised his head to look at Ling Xiao, his cold eyes filled with killing intent. "I can't hurt you, but you can't hurt me either. It's laughable that I lost all hope because of this." He seemed to suddenly understand and smiled confidently again. "I, Wulong, am the second son of the Jingyi school. In terms of fighting skills, I won't lose to you. Since I can't kill you in a short time, let's compete in endurance." After saying that, an even more terrifying aura was released from his body. Behind him, another illusory figure appeared, the 1,000-legged worm. Centipedes and 1,000-legged worms looked very similar in appearance, but they were fundamentally different. One of them had 100 devil eyes. One was long and had countless tentacles. The 2 huge demonic bugs stared at Ling Xiao's heavenly devil incarnation. Wulong's eyes were filled with merciless killing intent. "Kill!" he roared again, and the 2 demonic insects flew towards Ling Xiao from 2 different directions. Not only did the evil aura in the air not weaken the 2 demonic insects, they became even more ferocious. "Royal Sky Force, Firmament Fist!" A trace of mockery appeared in Ling Xiao's cold eyes. He then waved his hand and a green light shot into the sky. A huge fist fell from the sky and blasted towards the 2 demonic insect phantoms. Crack! Roar! The terrifying fist smashed into the centipede's head, and sent the thousand-legged worm flying. The thousand-legged worm let out a frightened cry and retreated behind the hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong. Ling Xiao remained standing in place with a smile on his face. He looked down at Wulong and said, "You think Feng Fei's words can save you? You're just deceiving yourself and others. In front of me, you won't stand a chance. You'll be easily killed by me just like in the Purgatory blood battle. This guy. He's too good at controlling the situation. And how did his strength increase to such a terrifying level? This doesn't make sense." Feng Fei's face finally showed signs of astonishment. He thought that the hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong could completely crush Ling Xiao in this battle. Unexpectedly, the entire situation of the battle had been reversed. Ling Xiao was not only good at controlling his opponent's emotions and not letting go of any openings, but his own strength was frighteningly strong as well. "He can't be at the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm," Sui Linglong muttered to herself. After all, the hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong was at the peak of the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Moreover, he could challenge ordinary martial artists at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm. But against Ling Xiao, he had no advantage at all. This meant that Ling Xiao's cultivation couldn't be low either. They weren't the only ones surprised. The spectators were even more astonished. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was just a minor character who took advantage of loopholes. It was already amazing that he could enter the final battle of the kings, but now he was even suppressing the hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong. How could his strength be so terrifying? Now it looked like Ling Xiao had won first place in the treasure-hunting battle by no coincidence or luck, but because he had the strength to back it up. This fellow was treating the White Tiger Continent's top geniuses like ants, toying with them in every possible way. This made the White Tiger Continent's cultivators indignant, but they couldn't do anything about it. They had fought fair and square in the ring, and did not use any underhanded methods. Even if they had won fair and square. Damn it! Could it be that what he said was true? Was I just deceiving myself and others? Believing myself infallible? Am I really as useless as an ant in front of him? The hundred-eyed demon Lord, Wulong, was once again in a state of chaos. Furthermore, he was in an even deeper state than before. Wulong had confidently arrived at the 10,000 Lightning Extreme grounds. He'd entered the White Tiger meet as an expert. In the past, he'd looked down on Ling Xiao and couldn't even be bothered to spare him a glance. But now, faced with this person he looked down on, he'd sunk into a trough of chaos and was unable to extricate himself. He was in a complete mess. His confidence was completely shattered, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Even Feng Fei could only shake his head helplessly. Wulong's mental fortitude is too weak. With his strength, even if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, there was no way he'd lose. He might even have the advantage. But now that his mind's in chaos, he can't do anything. He's even forgotten his own trump card. How is he supposed to fight this battle? Afterwards, she looked towards the rest of the Jingyi school. Remember, when you meet this Ling Xiao, you must first establish your confidence. No matter what, you mustn't lose your footing. His strength isn't as strong as you see it. You should learn from the fourth son, Zhu Nemo Qing. Although he lost miserably to Tianhai tyranny, he quickly recovered his self-confidence. That's the right thing to do. As you bid, senior sister. All of the Jingyi school participants and non-participants nodded their heads in agreement. Feng Fei naturally wouldn't harm them. Psychological tactics are just tricks for the weak. The strong don't need them at all. Tianhai tyranny gave a cold snort, disdaining everything Ling Xiao had done. Chapter 1928. Hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong wasn't any weaker than Ling Xiao, but he couldn't display his full strength. In front of Ling Xiao, he'd even lost the courage to fight. From the very beginning of the battle, Ling Xiao had been building momentum. Then, he used this momentum and his own strength to put pressure on the hundred-eyed demon Lord, Wulong. Of course, the most important factor was that Wulong had lost to him twice in the blood purgatory battles and had almost been killed. Although Wulong didn't admit defeat, A shadow had long formed in his heart. Why did Ling Xiao choose him as his opponent? It was because of this advantage. Under Ling Xiao's arrangements, the shadow that had been hidden in his heart had completely turned into an inner demon, causing the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong to completely fall into Ling Xiao's trap. Wulong! Look at your opponent. He's just a nobody from the Tianlong continent. Where's your pride? You're the pride of our Jingyi school. Are you going to lose to a nobody like this? Even if our Jingyi school's martial artists lose, we can't be so dispirited. Even if we die in battle, we have to die with a bang. Do you want all the martial artists in the world to treat you as a joke? The speaker was the vice sect leader of the Jingyi school. Although Feng Fei had given up on saving Wulong, he couldn't do so as the vice sect leader. As the saying went, the onlooker sees more clearly. As an expert, he could clearly see that Ling Xiao's current strength wasn't even as good as Wulong's. Still, he had grasped Wulong's mentality and led him into a bottomless abyss. Thus, he wanted to wake Wulong up. Martial artists didn't fear a lack of strength, but a complete loss of confidence. This Ling Xiao was truly sinister. Perhaps he knew he wasn't as strong as Wulong, so he used such despicable methods. Once he lost this battle, Wulong wouldn't be willing to accept it, either. This child had been especially arrogant back in the Jingyi school. Besides Feng Fei, he refused to submit to anyone. Even when the other disciples called Feng Fei senior sister, he still called her junior sister. All. 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong let out a hysterical roar. His voice pierced the skies and seemed to disperse the haze above him. The centipede and 1,000-legged worms entered his body at the same time. He began to transform again. He didn't want to use such an ugly transformation. But now that he was facing Ling Xiao, he had to make a final gamble. Although he had already lost his confidence, if he staked everything he had, he might be able to win a chance of survival. Terrifying power continued to leak out from his body, as if he was about to explode. I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! All of his strength was poured into his fists, and he urged his ugly body to attack Ling Xiao. His fist struck Ling Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation. Crack! Fei Fei Fei's form. Lord Wulong's SS Fei Fei. Fei 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 Fei. Finally, he'd broken through Ling Xiao's defenses. How could he not be excited? But in the next moment, an icy voice spoke by his ear, causing him to sink into oblivion. How pitiful! You spent so much effort and didn't even hesitate to release such an ugly transformation. I could only release my celestial devil transformation to satisfy your vanity. Otherwise, you'd have lost all hope. The second disciple of the Jingyi school? The 13 top geniuses of the White Tiger continent? You actually need my pity to gain a bit of self-confidence. How disappointing. What? The 100-eyed demon monarch, Wulong, was completely subdued by his taunting words. He'd spared no expense to unleash his terrifying power, but he still couldn't hurt Ling Xiao? So Ling Xiao thought he was pitiful and withdrew his celestial devil transformation? How laughable and lamentable. He was one of the 13 top geniuses, yet he was so incompetent and pitiful before a mere Ling Xiao. Of course, Wulong had no idea that the vice-sect leader of the Jingyi school was shouting at the top of his lungs outside this isolated battlefield. He wanted to wake him up. This Ling Xiao is really despicable. The disciples of the Jingyi school roared angrily. Yes, it was clearly senior brother Wulong who defeated his celestial devil transformation, but he actually said that he withdrew his own transformation and gave senior brother Wulong a strong mental blow. The onlookers saw it the clearest. Only they knew that Wulong's final attack had worked. But so what? Ling Xiao had used some unknown method to block the entire battlefield. The sounds and even the images outside couldn't be transmitted inside, so they couldn't warn Wulong at all. Despicable? I admire this person very much. After his celestial devil transformation was destroyed, he could still maintain such a calm expression. If it weren't for that, I'm afraid senior brother Wulong wouldn't have been deceived. Jun Macho said indifferently. She had some friendship with Ling Xiao, but her words weren't on Ling Xiao's side. In a real battle, there was no such thing as despicable or not despicable. In fact, psychological tactics were part of the battle itself. Pathetic trash, you can't hurt me after all your hard work, and you actually said that you want to kill me? Forget it, your attacks really make me feel bored. With this next attack, I'll let you bid farewell to this world completely. After saying that, Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and grabbed the 100-eyed demon lord's neck, revealing a sinister smile. How dare you! The deputy sect master of the Jingyi school stood up and shouted. Idiot! Ling Xiao didn't even look at the deputy sect master. The rules were very clear. The opponent could either admit defeat or be killed. At this time, Wulong had no way to admit defeat. His neck was grabbed by Ling Xiao, and he couldn't even breathe properly. How could he speak? What's more, Ling Xiao had blocked the sound of the outside world. Even if the 100-eyed demon lord wanted to admit defeat, his voice couldn't be heard. Boom! Terrifying flames were released from Ling Xiao's hand and then burned on the body of the 100-eyed demon lord. In just a few minutes, Wulong was completely turned into ashes. Ling Xiao removed the barrier and then said in a clear voice, Those who want to kill me, best remember that if you can't kill me, you will die. I, Ling Xiao, will keep my word. While speaking, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the crown princess, Xiao Badian, and Lei Meng. Next, one of these three people would become the target of his killing. I know that many people here want to kill me. Tianhai Tyranny, the crown princess, Xiao Badian, Lei Meng, and many others. You even plotted and assassinated me in the previous 2 battles. But I'm sorry, I, Ling Xiao, am still alive, and I'm living very well. You want to kill me, so I won't be merciful to you. Water God Temple. Just wait for your sect to be destroyed. State of White Horse. Just you wait for my revenge. As long as I'm alive, you must die. Since we've already shed all pretense of cordiality, let's see who will live to the end. Chapter 1929. Ling Zhao's sudden outburst of cold words caused everyone who had a grudge against him to frown involuntarily. Actually, they had planned to kill Ling Xiao. Many people came to the extreme Thundergrounds to assassinate Ling Xiao. However, they only planned to do it secretly, and did not want to make a big deal out of it. However, Ling Zhao's words today had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Either you die or I live. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao had to kill them. It was very fair. Perhaps you won't even live to see the end of the white tiger meat. Tianhai Mingwei, the sect master of Water Spirit Hall, looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, Even if you survive, I'll still kill you. You killed my daughter and my most valued disciple. If I don't take revenge, I swear I'm not human. Haha, unless you attack now, do you think you'll still be a match for me once the white tiger meat ends? Ling Xiao looked at Tianhai Mingwei with disdain and said, The 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm is indeed very strong, but it's not impossible for me to defeat you. He was not being arrogant. He had the confidence to do so. Ling Xiao could now kill a 17th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Although it was not easy, he could already do it. His current cultivation was at the peak of the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. It was only a matter of time before he broke through. He won first place in the treasure hunt and obtained the metal cube. According to Lawless, there should be something good inside. No matter what it was, it might help him continue to break through. As long as his cultivation broke through to the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm, it would be easier to defeat Tianhai Mingwei. Moreover, every time he advanced in the Battle of the Kings, he would be rewarded. He did not believe that with his talent, he would not be able to kill Tianhai Mingwei by the end of the white tiger meat. Tianhai Mingwei's expression changed slightly when she heard Ling Zhao's words. Although Ling Zhao's words were extremely arrogant, she had to admit that this kid really had the talent and ability. If she missed this opportunity, she might not have another chance. This kid's growth was too fast and too crazy. Every time, he would bring a pleasant surprise. Do you think you can survive the White Tiger storm meet? A cold voice sounded. Ling Xiao glanced at him indifferently. If it wasn't Xiao Budian, who else could it be? Xiao Budian's hatred for Ling Xiao was somewhat abnormal. Apart from Ling Xiao ruining his plans in Black Wind Canyon, there should be other grudges. But Ling Xiao couldn't remember. He had never met this guy before. What kind of enmity could there be between them? However, the other party's desire to kill him was real. His life is mine. Since it's either you die or I live, then you can only die. The Crown Princess also spoke. Although her cultivation might not be as strong as Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch Wulong, she was definitely not as stupid as him. A little psychological tactic could cause an emotional breakdown. It was simply stupid. Don't forget that there's still me. The White Tiger Empire's Lei Meng also roared. You might have the upper hand in the Myriad Demon Graveyard, but don't even think about beating me outside. After watching the battle just now, Lei Meng finally understood why he had lost to Ling Xiao in the Myriad Demon Graveyard. It was because Ling Xiao had received the support of demonic energy from that strange spatial crack, while he couldn't display his full strength. This grudge, naturally had to be resolved. The three of them spoke one after another, surprising the audience. What did Ling Xiao do to make 4 of the 13 top geniuses target him like this? Wulong was already dead. These 3 wouldn't be as easy to deal with as Wulong. The spectators could see that Ling Xiao wasn't necessarily stronger than Wulong. The only reason he could win was because of some despicable tricks. Such tricks could be used once, but they definitely wouldn't work a second time. Therefore, Ling Xiao was truly in danger this time. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, did you hear that? You might not even live to see the end of the White Tiger meet, so how can you fight me? Tianhai Mingwei couldn't help but laugh loudly. The others who had a grudge against Ling Xiao also rejoiced in his misfortune. After being targeted by Xiao Budian, the Crown Princess, and Lei Meng, Ling Xiao was doomed to die. The 3 of you just wait. Even if you want to die, you have to come one by one. Don't worry, the choice is in my hands. I will choose the most suitable person to kill, just like Wulong. 13 top geniuses? What a joke! Your era of self-righteousness is over. How arrogant! Everyone was stunned. They had thought that Ling Xiao would be afraid of their provocation, but Ling Xiao's reaction was completely different from what they had expected. Not only was he not afraid, but he also displayed a powerful fighting spirit, clearly saying that he would find an opportunity to finish off the 3 of them. Facing 3 of the 13 top geniuses, he was actually so confident and so domineering. It was truly incredible. Could it be that the White Tiger continent was really going to change? We'll wait. The Crown Princess, Xiao Budian, and Lei Meng naturally weren't afraid of battle. Although the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong's death had surprised them, Ling Xiao hadn't displayed too much fighting strength. It was truly hard for them to accept his victory. Moreover, the 3 of them all believed that they were stronger than Ling Xiao. All right, let's not delay the battle. Cold Plum, it's your turn to fight. Lawless really couldn't stand Ling Xiao's suicidal actions. If there really was danger, he wouldn't know whether to save him or not. What a headache. Cold Plum stood up, looked at Ling Xiao, and said, Master, who should I choose? Her goal in participating in the White Tiger meet was purely to get closer to Ling Xiao. As for anything else, she had never thought about it. Ever since she was saved by Ling Xiao, this girl felt that she could completely live for Ling Xiao for the rest of her life. Choose the person ranked 9th in the Jingyi school, Ling Xiao said lightly. He was going to go all out against the Jingyi school today. Who asked the people of the Jingyi school to be enemies with the Heavenly Empire? Got it, Master. Cold Plum stepped into the arena and looked at the 9th genius of the Jingyi school. She knew very well that Ling Xiao's choice was not only to deal with the Jingyi school, but also to reduce the pressure on her and hone her combat skills. The enemy couldn't be too strong or too weak, so the 9th genius was the most suitable. He, Brother Ling, Sister Cold Plum will deal with the 9th brother. I'll kill the 8th brother later. Long Chen stood to the side and chuckled. Of course, he knew why Ling Xiao was so against the Jingyi school. In addition to the 5th and 6th sons and the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong, the most important thing was that Ling Xiao had been assassinated by the people of the Jingyi school when he was in the Divine Phoenix continent. The Jingyi school had also supported the Phoenix Cry Qishan to besiege and kill his brother Ling. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. Then I'll deal with Zhu Nemo Qing. Sun Linchan also expressed her stance. Chapter 1930. Sun Linchan's statement meant that she was on the same side as Ling Xiao. This was also a form of support for Ling Xiao. This was an attitude. At this time, the Jingyi school members didn't look too good. Their Jingyi school was high and mighty, but they were being targeted by a small country from the Dragon Phoenix continent. They tried to spread their doctrines to the Heavenly Empire, but were rejected. Originally, they wanted to send a few experts to the Heavenly Empire to intimidate them into submission. But today, the Heavenly Empire's martial artists gave them a show of strength first. Ha! Interesting. It looks like the later the battle will be more exciting. It's tit for tat, with no one giving way to the other. The smell of gunpowder created by the people on the stage excited the spectators. Many of them had come to watch the show. Although they were biased, the more exciting the battle was, the more their efforts would not be in vain. The Crown Prince Consort, Xiao Budian, and Lei Meng all said they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, and Lei Lai probably wouldn't let Ling Xiao go either. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. In the face of his opponent's provocation, he responded strongly. More interestingly, Ling Xiao's lineup wasn't weak at all. Ling Xiao, Sun Linchan, Cold Plum, and Long Qin were the 4 biggest dark horses of this year's White Tiger meet. Who would make it to the end was really something to look forward to. Do whatever you want, as long as you don't force it. It didn't matter whether he killed the Jingyi school members or not. As long as he could defeat them and eliminate them, that was enough. He wanted to make the Jingyi school lose face. Come up! Cold Plum looked coldly at the 9th genius of the Jingyi school. But that person's expression was a little ugly. Cold Plum had already shown her strength before, so he didn't have much confidence. Don't worry, I'm not wearing the colored glass armor. There's no need to deal with you. Cold Plum had worn the colored glass armor in her first battle because her opponent was stronger. There was no need for him to fight against the 9th genius of the Jingyi school. This was because she couldn't always rely on the colored glaze armor to hone her battle skills. That was the most important thing. Really? The 9th genius was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed in surprise. If I use the colored glaze armor, I will lose, Cold Plum said indifferently. Fine. You asked for it. Don't blame me. I will avenge my 5th senior brother. The 9th genius immediately used his killer move. Because Cold Plum had killed his 5th son, he wanted to avenge his 5th son. If you want to kill me, then don't blame me for killing you. Cold Plum's voice was cold and merciless. It was as if a cold air had been injected into the 9th genius's body. The next moment, Cold Plum suddenly disappeared. She was nowhere to be seen in the arena. Even the crystal screen could not capture her presence. Die! Just as the 9th son was searching for Ling Mei's figure in horror, a sharp dagger had already pierced through his back. What's going on? Martial artists with low cultivation and poor eyesight probably couldn't see what Cold Plum had done. Among the crowd, there were many such martial artists. This battle was baffling to them, and they were confused about what was going on. One moment, Cold Plum was still more than 10 meters away from the 9th genius. The next moment, Cold Plum's dagger had pierced her opponent's heart. The distance of more than 10 meters was crossed in an instant. One move! Just one move! The pitiful 9th genius died just like that. Even at the moment of his death, he didn't know what had happened to him. It seems that Cold Plum's progress is a little beyond my expectations. This kind of opponent is still too weak. Below the stage, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. He thought he could give Cold Plum a chance to hone her battle skills, but now it looked like her opponent wasn't strong at all. By now, only Feng Fei, Zui Linglong, Jun Moqing, Jun Macho, Hong Yu, and the 8th genius from the Jingyi school were left. Next, the Jingyi school's nightmare would continue. Sun Lingchan said he would defeat Jun Maching. Longchen said he would defeat the 8th genius. Through Cold Plum's battle, it was clear that these two weren't just empty words. They really did have the strength. Soon, the number of Jingyi school participants would dwindle. Feng Fei's expression was unsightly. She was the one who'd led the team for the White Tiger meet this time. Despite her strength and calculations, she'd still suffered such heavy losses. This was a huge mistake. Even if the sect didn't punish her, she couldn't forgive herself. The Jingyi school members stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. They believed that the main culprit behind all this was Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, their Jingyi school wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Ling Xiao had to die. Even the vice-sect master of the Jingyi school, who was sitting in the referee's seat, thought so. Such a dangerous man couldn't be allowed to exist. Soon enough, the stage was cleaned up. The third match began. Feng Fei chose Lu Lian to fight because she was on Ling Zhao's side. Lu Lian chose to forfeit. In any case, she didn't have the confidence to fight Feng Fei, so she might as well give up. Once the fight started, it had hurt her confidence even more. Running into Feng Fei was her bad luck. "I'm sorry, Lu Lian. It's all because of me that you can't advance to the next round." Ling Xiao comforted her when he saw her disappointed expression. "How can I blame you, big brother Ling? It's my lack of skill. Moreover, since I chose to stand on your side, it's only to be expected that I'll be targeted." Lu Lian was very free and easy. "No matter what, I won't let you suffer losses if you follow me like this. I'll refine all the precious ingredients I got from the myriad devil's graveyard into pills so that you can improve with me." In this world, there was no such thing as friendship or sacrifice for no reason. Others sacrificed for you because you could sacrifice for them. It was that simple. "Many thanks." For the fourth match, Tianhai Tyranny chose Blue Snow. This guy really knew how to pick people. Blue Snow had a deep relationship with Ling Xiao and was clearly easier to deal with than Dan Feng. Under Ling Xiao's persuasion, Blue Snow chose to forfeit the match. Tianhai Tyranny advanced smoothly. For the fifth match, Lei Lai didn't choose Dan Feng, but the easiest opponent to deal with. This guy was very cautious. If he could use as little strength as possible, he wouldn't use any more. The result was obvious. His opponent was easily defeated. For the sixth match, Sun Lingchan chose Jun Moqing as expected. Although she had no grudges with him, he was a member of the Jingyi school. Naturally, she had to help Ling Xiao deal with him. Jun Moqing didn't shrink back and chose to fight Sun Lingchan. Almost everyone thought that this would be a stalemate, but the final result left everyone dumbfounded. Sun Lingchan only used one move to defeat Jun Moqing. Chapter 1931. Sun Lingchan defeated Jun Moqing with one move. Moreover, the majority of people didn't even see how she executed this move. Ling Xiao saw it clearly. It was a silver needle that was directly inserted into Jun Moqing's Baihui acupoint. If Sun Lingchan had not shown mercy, Jun Moqing's soul would have already left hateful heaven. "Thank you for not killing me!" Jun Moqing was stunned for a moment. He was convinced of his defeat. In the seventh battle, Longchen chose the 8th genius of the Jingyi school. However, this time, the people of the Jingyi school had learned their lesson and directly chose to forfeit the battle. After seeing how terrifying Cold Plum was and how Longchen killed the 10th genius in the first round, he had lost his courage long ago. After this person forfeited the battle, he flew down from the seat that only the participating warriors were qualified to sit on and returned to the spectator stand. This was because he wanted to accompany everyone in the Jingyi school to see Ling Xiao and his friends being defeated and even killed. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to vent the anger in his heart. There was almost no suspense in the following battles. In the 8th battle, Zui Linglong won easily. In the 9th battle, Tiny Tot chose Dan Feng. This battle was truly a little tragic. Dan Feng was a person who was unwilling to compromise. Ling Xiao didn't persuade him. He just gave him the colored glaze armor, which could at least save his life. In the end, Dan Feng was knocked out of the arena and failed with serious injuries. Although the rules didn't explicitly state that being knocked out of the arena was considered a failure, this had long been an unwritten rule. Humph, you're lucky. Tiny Tot was also very upset. Although Dan Feng was not as good as him, he had used hundreds of moves to defeat him. In addition, Dan Feng was wearing the colored glaze armor, so he couldn't kill him. The most unpleasant thing was that this bastard had actually injured him, leaving a deep wound on his shoulder that exposed his bones. He had really gone too far. Sorry, I'm no match for him. After saying this, Dan Feng fainted. Naturally, he was talking to Ling Xiao. You've done very well. Ling Xiao directly took out an elixir and stuffed it into Dan Feng's mouth. Then, he was about to heal Dan Feng. Brother Ling, let me do it. Save your strength to continue fighting. Lu Lian blocked his path. That's right, big brother. Let me help too. Blue Snow was the same as Lu Lian. She basically did not consume much energy. Their cultivations were not bad either. It was not a problem for them to heal Dan Feng. Thank you. Ling Xiao didn't refuse his kindness. Dan Feng's injuries were more serious. Although he had taken his special healing elixir, he still needed a large amount of yin and yang energy to activate it. If he wanted to treat Dan Feng's injuries, then the following battle would most likely be a little uncertain. You're dead! Ling Xiao stood up and coldly glanced at the little guy. He had to kill this person. I'm waiting for you. The little guy sneered and also went back to treat his injuries. He was actually injured by Dan Feng. This was truly an accident. The 10th battle, Heavenly Wolf Young Master, the 11th battle, Silver Wolf Princess, the 12th battle, Green Hill Fairy, the 13th battle, Green Hill Lihua, the 14th battle, Crown Princess, and the 15th battle, Lei Tun won all of them. What was worth mentioning was the battle between the Crown Princess and Jun Macho. Jun Macho displayed excellent fighting skills, which made the Crown Princess very uncomfortable. But after 100 moves, Jun Macho was defeated because his cultivation was not as good as the Crown Princess. He directly admitted defeat. In fact, Jun Macho was already very satisfied to have made it this far. For her, even if she entered the next round, she would not be able to advance any further. After all, among the remaining 17 people, except for Hong Yu, who had a bye, the others were not easy to deal with. In the round of 16, Lei Meng, as one of the 13 top geniuses, had no choice but to fight with Mu Wenchuang. Mu Wenchuang was one of the Tianhai Empire's 4 prodigies. It was rumored that her strength was on par with Sun Linchan, and that both of them were second only to Tianhai tyranny. But Lei Meng didn't seem to care about Mu Wenchuang. In fact, Mu Wenchuang had not displayed any outstanding fighting skills from the beginning until now. Before the battle, Ling Xiao suddenly sighed. What a pity! I originally wanted to kill Lei Meng, but now it seems that I won't have the chance. No way. Is Mu Wenchuang stronger than Lei Meng? Sun Linchan asked, somewhat surprised. Miss Sun, you have to be careful of this Mu Wenchuang. Her scheming is probably no less than that Fan Ruohai's, and her strength is unfathomable. If you look closely, you'll notice that her strength is dependent on the person she meets. It seems that she's deliberately hiding something in every battle. Ling Xiao reminded her. Sun Linchan didn't quite believe it, so she looked at the stage. She and Mu Wenchuang were old acquaintances. Could it be that she didn't understand Mu Wenchuang as well as Ling Xiao? But soon, she was stunned. Mu Wenchuang had seen the opportunity on the 293rd move and killed Lei Meng in one move. Then she turned to look at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, this is a generous gift from our young master. With that, she walked down the stage. Although this battle was the last, it was almost the finale. Out of the 13 top geniuses, another one had been eliminated. It was really too surprising. Of course, even more surprising was that the Fan family of the Tianhai Empire had actually expressed goodwill to Ling Xiao. What was going on? Thank you, young Master Fan! Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Fan Ruohai below the stage. Although this person's goodwill wasn't sincere and was driven by his own interests, they could still become allies if they had common interests. At this point, all 16 battles had ended. 3 people from the Tianhai Empire advanced: Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, Long Qin. 5 people from the Tianhai Empire advanced: Tianhai Tyranny, Crown Princess, Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanshuang, Xiao Badian. In fact, if the 3 from the Tianhai Empire were included, the Tianhai Empire accounted for almost half of the people who advanced. The remaining 9 people were divided between the other 3 empires and the Jingyi school. 2 from the White Tiger Empire, 2 from the Yuelang Empire, 2 from the Silver Fox Empire, and 3 from the Jingyi school. No one expected that the Tianhai Empire would become the big winner of this year's White Tiger meet. They had completely crushed the other 4 factions. Of the remaining 17 people, apart from Hong Yu, who advanced without a bye, none of the other 16 were easy to deal with. For the audience, this made them extremely excited and expectant. Next would be a true battle between the strong, and the battles would be even more exciting than before. Among these people, Ling Xiao, Long Qin, and Hong Yu's cultivation levels were slightly lower, at least on the surface. The others were all above the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Only the 3 of them appeared to be at the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Long Qin was at the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao was only at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Long Qin's cultivation level had finally surpassed Ling Xiao's again. However, he knew best that Ling Xiao's cultivation level had been progressing slower recently because he had spent most of his energy cultivating the Mystic World Body and the Crimson Sun Sword art. Long Qin, on the other hand, had put all his energy into breaking through. In addition to the Dragon Race's terrifying cultivation talent, in terms of speed, he might be the fastest in the Mystic World. It was normal for him to surpass Ling Xiao by 1 level. Chapter 1932. Of course, Long Qin's slightly higher cultivation level than Ling Xiao's wouldn't last long. Long Qin was very clear about Ling Xiao's situation. He had already reached the power to break through, all he needed was an opportunity to break through. And every time he broke through, he needed to accumulate power. In other words, his big brother Ling could break through whenever he wanted. The reason he didn't break through was because the timing wasn't good. And he couldn't compare with him. It was really infuriating to compare with others. Next, it's still a 2-hour break. Hurry up and recover. Lawless looked at the crowd and announced. When the audience heard this, they all ran far away. During the break, they could go to the toilet and eat something. When the battle really started later, they wouldn't have that kind of time. Ling Xiao walked to Dan Feng's side. Looking at Dan Feng's pale face, he sighed and said, You, why did you have to fight with that little guy? Hee, Brother Ling, you're wrong. Although I was injured when I fought with him, the bottleneck of my cultivation level was broken. My cultivation has broken through again. Dan Feng's face showed a miserable smile. Sigh, if you die, what's the use of breaking through? Everyone says I'm crazy, but I think you're even crazier. Ling Xiao sighed and said, When you're crazy, I can't compare. Dan Feng shook his head and said, Ling Xiao's magnificent feat in the Divine Phoenix Empire back then, he had seen it with his own eyes and remembered it in his heart. The true lunatic was definitely none other than this heavenly emperor. All right, let's not talk about it. You should heal well and try to get into the top 10 through the revival battle. Ling Xiao patted Dan Feng lightly and then walked back to his seat. Brother Ling, who else do you need me to take care of next? Tell me, we're all in the same boat anyway, no need to be polite. Sun Lingchan just sat down and said with a smile. Just pick someone you can win. I'm going to choose the Crown Princess for this battle. Ling Xiao originally had 3 people to choose from. One was the little guy, one was Thunder Python, and one was the Crown Princess. But the Lightning Python had been destroyed by Mu Wanshuang. Because Xiao Badian was ranked within the top 10, he could not choose. Therefore, he could only choose the Crown Princess. You're making things difficult for us. None of our next opponents are easy to deal with. Why don't I choose little Hongwei? Sun Lingchan smiled and said to Hongwei, who had just run over to play with Ling Xiao. Sure, big sister, but you might not be able to beat me, Hongwei said with a grin. Don't rush to make a decision. I think there will be some slight changes to the rules this time because there are only 17 people left. If one person is given a bye, there will be 16 people left. If the top 10 all have the right to choose, but they can't choose the top 10 martial artists, then there won't be enough choices at all, Ling Xiao said with a smile. That's true. Sun Lingchan sighed. If she had a choice, she might be able to play with Hongwei. If not, then there may be no hope. In any case, let's leave it to fate. In the final battle, no one can help anyone. Moreover, there are no weaklings. It's all up to the city. Ling Xiao was free and easy. No matter how the rules changed, as the first place of the treasure hunt, he had the advantage. Thus, it was impossible for him to meet Tianhai Tyranny, Feng Fei, or Lei Lai now. That's right. We've already come this far. What's there to be afraid of? Longchen grinned as well. Even if we lose, it's worth it. 2 hours passed quickly. Dan Feng's complexion looked much better as he healed. The spectator stands were once again filled to the brim. Even the distant branches and mountain peaks were filled with people. The usually cold and cheerless 10,000 lightning extreme grounds was bustling with noise and excitement. In this round, there will be no more selection or drawing of lots for the bye spots. After the battle, the person who's left will be considered a bye. In addition, the top 8 martial artists have the right to choose their opponents. No one is allowed to challenge the top 8. The rest of the rules remain unchanged. Begin. The only thing that changed was the number of bye spots and the number of martial artists with special privileges. Nothing else had changed. Then there was nothing to care about. In any case, Ling Xiao wasn't planning on taking the bye spot. Ling Xiao, choose your opponent, Lawless said as he looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and walked onto the stage. He'd long decided who to pick. He crooked his finger and looked disdainfully at the Crown Princess consort. Go on stage. It's time for you to say goodbye to this world. What a joke! The Crown Princess directly stepped onto the arena and looked disdainfully at Ling Xiao as she said, If I were you, I wouldn't challenge an opponent that I can't defeat at this time. I admit that you have great talent and astonishing growth. If you were given more chances, you'd probably grow to a shocking level. But right now, you're definitely not my opponent. The Crown Princess was very happy that Ling Xiao had chosen her. Because she wasn't ranked in the top 8, she didn't have the right to choose her opponent. It was very likely that she would have to fight with another top genius in the end. That would be the worst thing that could happen. Now that Ling Xiao had chosen her, it was a kind of fortune for her. She never thought that Ling Xiao would be her opponent. You're very confident. Ling Xiao looked at the Crown Princess consort and smiled. Of course I'm confident in defeating you. I even have to thank you. If you didn't choose me, I really don't know what kind of opponent I would encounter. The Crown Princess looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. Haha, you won't say that later. Ling Xiao also smiled. From the start of the Battle of the Kings until now, he hadn't revealed his true strength. This Crown Princess seemed to be sure that she could defeat him. He really didn't know where her confidence came from. No, the outcome is already decided. The Crown Princess shook her head and said, There are only 2 aspects to your fighting style. One is your strong physical defense, and the other is your outstanding swordsmanship. These 2 aspects aren't a problem for me. In terms of defense, I'm stronger than you. In terms of swordsmanship, I'm also stronger than you. Ha 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 ha, it seems that you know me better than myself. Then let's not talk nonsense. Make your move. Let me see the Crown Princess fighting style. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. In this world, there was actually someone who was so self-righteous that she thought she had seen through him. If this Crown Prince consort wasn't stupid, then she was overconfident. You won't be able to laugh later. The Crown Princess suddenly snorted. Her figure flickered, and a beautiful jade-like long sword appeared in her hand. It was obvious that this sword wasn't ordinary. The first move of the jadeite sword technique. At that moment, the entire arena was covered by a green light. The terrifying sword essence was constantly emitted, making Ling Xiao feel a chill on his skin. Powerful indeed. If I purely rely on my defense, I really can't block this woman's swordsmanship. Interesting, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Chapter 1933. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Seeing the Crown Princess attack, he already had a plan to defeat this woman. A fight was not a head-on clash. He had a better way of fighting. Seeing the sword light coming, his figure suddenly disappeared from the arena. Why is this guy's movement technique so good too? Most of the audience below the stage did not know Ling Xiao at all. Before coming to the White Tiger meet, they had not even heard of Ling Xiao's name. Previously, when they saw Ling Xiao win 2 matches with his powerful defense and terrifying psychological tactics, they felt that that should be all that Ling Xiao had. They had never heard of anyone who could cultivate speed and defense to the extreme. That was also unrealistic. Now that they saw Ling Xiao's bizarre movement technique, they were truly each more surprised than the other. Clink! The sound of metal clashing came from the arena. Ling Xiao's figure reappeared and looked at the Crown Princess in surprise. I didn't expect that a woman like you actually cultivated the Emerald Jade Divine Technique. That's a very difficult body-tempering martial art to cultivate. Just now, he used a swift movement technique to stab the Crown Princess, but it did not leave any trace of injury. This Emerald Jade Divine Technique's defense was truly terrifying. Although there was still a gap between it and the Mystic World physique, the defense displayed by the Crown Princess actually did not lose to the Mystic World physique at all because of her higher cultivation level. I said before that in terms of sword technique, you are inferior to me. In terms of defense, you are still inferior to me. But I forgot to say something. In terms of movement technique, you are also inferior to me. Then, the Crown Princess raised her hand, and more than 10 pieces of sparkling jade actually appeared in the air. The jade flickered, illuminating the 2 people's shadows inside. It was very clear. In the next instant, the Crown Princess's figure disappeared. Clang! When she reappeared, her sword had already pierced Ling Xiao's chest. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's defense was strong enough that this sword did not penetrate his body. What a bizarre movement technique! Jade Phantom Movement Technique? Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye. Even if he had never seen a martial art before, he could still analyze it. The Crown Princess Jadeite Sword Technique, Jadeite Divine Technique, and Jadeite Phantom Movement Technique were all extremely brilliant martial arts. No wonder he could become one of the 13 top geniuses of the White Tiger continent. His strength was not an exaggeration. He was truly powerful. Now, do you still think I can't kill you? The Crown Prince Consort's shadow actually appeared in those pieces of jade at the same time. Their voices were completely synchronized. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. Of course, the power of your sword is not bad, but it still can't break my defense, Ling Xiao said indifferently. From the beginning to the end, his expression was as calm as an ancient well. Even when he was surprised, his expression was still very indifferent, making it impossible for others to tell what he was thinking. Really? My emerald sword art has 13 moves, and each move is stronger than the last. How many times can you block it? The Crown Princess smiled coldly and her figure suddenly disappeared again. Ding! Another sound of collision rang out. Ling Xiao was hit again. Rather than calling this Jadeite Phantom Movement Technique a movement technique, it would be better to call it a terrifying secret technique. Staying here, I can't use my movement technique, but she can do it with ease. This is really depressing. Ling Xiao could feel that the power of the Crown Princess' second sword had increased by a lot. He could feel a slight pain on his body. If this continued, his defense would be broken in less than 4 or 5 moves. And it would be very difficult for him to attack his opponent, because the Crown Princess did not reveal her real body. It was meaningless for him to attack an illusion. The Crown Princess is already in an invincible position. Ling Xiao's defeat is only a matter of time, Tianhai Tyranny said with a smile. It seemed that he did not need to do anything. Ling Xiao would not be able to escape today. Ling Xiao, if you have the guts, don't admit defeat. Otherwise, you don't deserve to be a man, Xiao Badian also said loudly. This was clearly a provocation. He did not want Ling Xiao to admit defeat, because once he admitted defeat, the Crown Princess would not have the chance to kill Ling Xiao. Admit defeat? I still want to kill you. If I admit defeat, how can I have the chance? Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, Clang! As he spoke, another sword pierced him, and a trace of blood appeared on his shoulder. His defense was broken. You're a stubborn duck. I hope you don't admit defeat. Xiao Badian sneered and watched the battle quietly. Emerald Sword Technique, 4th Style. The Crown Princess attack came again. Ling Xiao's figure flashed, trying to dodge. However, just like before, no matter how he dodged, the Crown Princess' sword always seemed to be waiting for him. No matter how fast he was, it was meaningless. Great! You killed my Jingyi school's people. You deserve to be killed. The vice-founder of the Jingyi school gritted his teeth and said. As a master, a powerhouse, although these words were not good, he really did not care. At this moment, he just wanted to see Ling Xiao killed. Nothing else mattered. How disappointing. I thought you were so arrogant and had some great ability. Xianming also sneered. Although he also wanted Ling Xiao to die, it would be really boring if he died too easily. Qi! The 4th sword directly cut off a piece of Ling Xiao's flesh, making Ling Xiao grimace in pain. The Crown Princess stopped attacking and looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. It's over. If you don't have any other skills, then you will be cut alive by my sword. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the wound on his shoulder, and could not help but laugh. It seems that you are really more difficult to deal with than the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong. I wanted to rely on my body movement to defeat you, but I didn't expect to be defeated by you. Interesting, very interesting. As he spoke, he actually clapped his hands. This caused everyone to be somewhat stunned. That guy isn't crazy, is he? How can he still laugh in such a situation? He probably knows that there is no hope, so he went crazy. There was a burst of discussion in the crowd. They all felt that there was something wrong with Ling Xiao. The Crown Princess also frowned and said, You are really good at provoking others. Then I would like to see how long you can hold on. Hold on? I don't need to hold on. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Didn't you notice? I didn't use the colored glazed treasure armor. Why? Don't tell me that you deliberately let me hurt you so that you can find my flaws? The Crown Princess mocked. Congratulations, you have learned how to guess the answer. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to guess in the future. As Ling Xiao spoke, a surge of sword essence was released. The sword essence enveloped the long sword in his hand as if it had pierced the sky. Do you still remember the move I used to almost kill Shangguan Qing'er? I will use it to bury you. A cold voice came from Ling Gao's mouth. Behind him, the terrifying roar of a giant beast came from the dark sky. Chapter 1934. Heavy footsteps could be heard continuously. Every time he stepped on the ground, everyone's hearts would beat faster. No matter how strong the move is, it's meaningless if it can't hit the target. Although the Crown Princess was also shocked by the terrifying sword intent, she still maintained her calm and confidence. Haha, you still don't understand. I was stabbed by you not because you're strong, but because I need to know where your real body is. Don't you feel that there's something different about my eyes? Ling Xiao sneered. His Tai Chi eye released a strange light, which made the Crown Princess's face turn cold. Don't be afraid of him. He's going to use psychological tactics again. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean said loudly. You have the advantage. Yes, I have the advantage. The Crown Princess's gaze became even colder. Dozens of figures raised their emerald swords at the same time. I need psychological tactics to deal with Wulong, but against you, There's no need. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand changed from the divine light sword to the dark demon's sword. A terrifying demonic aura enveloped the sky above Thunderclap City. Countless warriors trembled in fear. From the dark space behind him, a pair of scarlet eyes peeked out. It was as big as a star and as terrifying as the soul. What is that? Many people stood up and looked behind Ling Xiao in fear. A huge and terrifying beast stepped out, and then merged with the terrifying sword intent of Ling Xiao's dark demon sword. Remember, this move is called Taotai Apocalypse. He brandished his sword, and the terrifying sword chi enveloped the entire arena. Roar! The roar of the beast sounded continuously. It was as if it wanted to devour the crown princess and her illusion. I don't believe that your sword is stronger than mine. Jade Sword Style's 13 moves, ultimate profound, mutual destruction. The crown princess also went all out. In that instant, a tragic aura enveloped the entire stage. On the stage, the black and green lights began to collide and entangle. Everyone stared fixedly at this scene. They could no longer see the figures of the two people clearly. The only thing they could see was the sword chi and strange light that was constantly spewing out from the arena. He could also feel two completely different sword intents fighting in the air. After a long time, a bright golden light suddenly rose from the arena, and a strange giant door appeared in the sky. Although it was only for a moment. But many people saw it. Then, the battle in the arena finally ended. The green light was completely swallowed up by the black light. Only Ling Xiao's figure was left in the arena. The crown princess was nowhere to be found. I didn't expect you to break through. I have to admit you're really strong. Ling Xiao was also slightly surprised. The crown princess' final attack was extremely terrifying. It was precisely because of this that he was able to break through the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm's bottleneck and successfully advance to the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm. At this moment, his overall strength had already surpassed the crown princess, and the might of the Taotai Apocalypse had also suddenly increased. This made it easier for him to kill the other party. The breakthrough this time was really not easy. He had accumulated so many reincarnation seeds in the treasure hunt. Not only could these reincarnation seeds help them survive the reincarnation realm, but they could also help them break through at this stage. Then, he fought with the God Palace's God Palace's God Palace. These were all prerequisites for his breakthrough. His efforts had finally paid off. Boom! A surge of anger rushed towards him. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean stared at Ling Xiao furiously. This Ling Xiao actually killed his woman. You want to kill me? No, you've wanted to kill me for a long time, but you never had the chance. Ling Xiao glanced at Tyranny Heavenly Ocean and said, After the Crown Princess' death, it will soon be your turn. Don't worry. She was the same as you. She originally had youth and a bright future. You could have become the most dazzling couple on the White Tiger continent. But you really shouldn't have provoked me. You really shouldn't have targeted me. From the moment you tried to kill me, you were destined for a tragic fate. This is called reaping what you sowed. This Crown Prince will definitely kill you, definitely. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean glanced at Lawless and forcefully suppressed his anger. If he made a move without a match, not only would he be stopped by the referee, he would also be disqualified. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. If he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, there was still a chance. He had to endure. If it were me, I would definitely make a move now. It seems like that woman isn't much in your eyes. Ling Xiao glanced at Tyranny Heavenly Ocean with disdain. His own woman had been killed, yet he still cared about the rules. You could say that he was calm, but you could also say that he was cold-blooded. Incomparably cold-blooded. Humph! Tyranny Heavenly Ocean snorted and closed his mouth. Cold-blooded or calm, these were the characteristics of a royal family. For a woman, he would not lose his cool and fight and kill. He would not do that. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully and turned around to return to his seat. His body still looked somewhat weak, but it attracted almost everyone's attention. This guy was actually so strong. When he defeated the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong, everyone said that he had used despicable psychological tactics. But in this battle, Ling Xiao had openly killed the crown princess with a single strike, not giving the opponent any chance to retaliate. With this kind of strength, he was already among the top geniuses. Those familiar with Ling Xiao knew that when he came here, Ling Xiao hadn't been this strong. For him to become so terrifying now, it was definitely because he had benefited from the White Tiger Gathering. They had both participated in the White Tiger Gathering, and they had both improved, but Ling Xiao's improvement was truly greater than the average person's. This kid has surprised me again. They're both growing, but while others are strolling, he's running. This gap will only grow larger. Liquor Demon's sword shook his head and smiled bitterly. With Ling Xiao's speed of improvement, it wouldn't be long before even he would be left behind. The rebirth realm seemed to be unreachable and filled with danger. But for someone like Ling Xiao, was it really that difficult? At the very least, Liquor Demon's sword didn't think so. I believe that after this White Tiger Gathering ends, Ling Xiao will be unrivaled in the younger generation of the White Tiger continent. Aside from Tyranny Heavenly Ocean and Feng Fei, who might be on equal footing with him, no one else will be his match. Hong Qi nodded as well. The faster his grandson grew, the more at ease he would feel. Then does that mean you can start your plan? Hong Qi looked at Liquor Demon's sword and asked. Not yet. I've already discussed it with Ling Xiao. Once he's qualified to set foot on the Black Tortoise continent, the plan can be carried out. Liquor Demon's sword shook his head. Don't look at how Ling Xiao's limitless glory is in the White Tiger continent. With his current strength, he'll only be an ordinary person in the Black Tortoise continent. Chapter 1935. The Wine Demon's sword continued. That Black Tortoise temple is so powerful. To put it bluntly, it's just an outpost of the Black Tortoise continent's deep earth sect in the White Tiger continent. The profound world is like this. The closer one is to the Heaven's Chosen Gate, the stronger the opponent will be. If you want to send troops to attack the White Tiger continent, you must first become the top martial artist on this continent. Ling Xiao isn't qualified yet. He's just a well-known figure among geniuses. But martial artists aren't just young geniuses. His true opponents are those backbone forces, those true experts. You're right. The Celestial Empire has just unified the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent, so it still needs some time to recuperate. It's not appropriate to make a big move. It won't be too late to take action after Ling Xiao, Leng Mei, Dan Feng, and Long Qin have grown up, Hong Qi said with a smile. The profound world is very big. The White Tiger continent is only the third continent. His road is still long. The Wine Demon's sword looked at Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the seat, and thought of himself, when he was young and frivolous. Back then, he went to the Black Tortoise continent to find Ji Lingwei. In the end, he left excitedly and returned in disappointment. He who couldn't even step out of the Black Tortoise continent wanted to save Ji Lingwei. It was simply a joke. Who took Ji Lingwei away? Hong Qi suddenly asked. Hearing this question, the Wine Demon's sword's expression suddenly changed. He lowered his voice and whispered in Hong Qi's ear. What? It's actually them. But why did they take Ji Lingwei away? Hong Qi was also incomparably shocked. I don't know the specific reason, but with my current strength, not to mention saving Ji Lingwei, it's impossible to even reach there. The Wine Demon's sword sighed helplessly. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Only he can save his sister. I believe that he can do what I can't do. So even if I have to risk my life, I have to ensure his safety. After the first battle ended, Cold Plum stepped onto the stage. Ling Xiao's advice to her was to choose a weaker opponent as much as possible. That way, it would be easier to win. This was because Ling Xiao believed that after this round of battles, the Black Tortoise Temple would make new arrangements. Although he did not know the specifics, it would definitely be very beneficial to the advancement of martial artists. Who should he choose? Cold Plum pointed at Scarlet Moon. This was Ling Xiao's idea. Although Hongwei was one of them, she was undoubtedly the weakest of the 17. If Cold Plum didn't choose, someone else would. Hong Wei would definitely be eliminated or even killed. If Cold Plum had to choose, the two of them would fight fair and square. No matter who won or lost, no one would die in the end. Of course, Ling Xiao had told Hong Yu about this choice in advance. Therefore, Hong Yu was not surprised. She jumped onto the stage and stood opposite Cold Plum with a grin. Then she said, "Sister Cold Plum, to make the following battle smoother, why don't we decide the winner with one move?" Of course, she would not surrender. Cold Plum's current cultivation was very unstable because she was not familiar with the power of the black feathers that she inherited. One moment, she displayed the terrifying strength of the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and the next moment, she displayed the strength of the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Her cultivation was very stable at the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Therefore, she might not lose the battle. Moreover, Ling Xiao did not ask her to surrender, so she felt that there was no need for that. If her big brother Ling Xiao asked her to surrender to Cold Plum, she would definitely agree. "Sister Hong Yu, be careful!" Cold Plum showed a rare gentleness. However, she did not intend to go easy on Hong Yu. She suddenly took a step forward and turned into several afterimages. Black feathers floated down from the sky. Every feather was filled with a sharp battle intent. It made people shudder. "Sister, you have to be careful too." Hong Yu took a step back. Then, scarlet flames enveloped her body, and a fire dragon enveloped her entire body. In that instant, the entire space was filled with blazing energy. It was as if the stage was about to melt. "Descent of the fire dragon, battle!" Huff huff, terrifying flames were spat out from the fire dragon's mouth and quickly spread across the entire stage. The spectators even subconsciously dodged as if they were afraid of being burned by the flames. Cold Plum's figure flew around the stage. No one could tell which one was real. However, a large number of afterimages were burned by the flames and instantly turned into nothingness. They completely disappeared. "This little girl's combat strength is not weak. Looks like everyone has underestimated her. As long as she accumulates enough experience, she and Blue Snow will definitely become the strongest in the new generation of the White Tiger mainland." Ling Xiao could not help but feel a little emotional. Both Blue Snow and Hong Yu were only 12 years old, 5 years younger than him. They were definitely outstanding talents of the new generation. Even if they were eliminated from this year's White Tiger meet, the two of them would still be on the same level as Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny next year. Hong Yu's weakness lay in her experience. Cold Plum's overall strength might not be much stronger than hers, but she was always able to avoid the flames with every dash. No matter how fierce the flames were, they were unable to burn her real body. Instead, more and more black feathers appeared in the air. Streaks of light formed a terrifying vortex of sword chi, pushing the crimson flames to the side and then rushing towards the red moon. "Cold Plum's skills are still a level higher." Ling Xiao smiled. Her rich combat experience allowed Cold Plum to gain the upper hand in the nick of time. The terrifying sword chi vortex slammed into Hong Yu's body. Hong Yu's body was knocked backwards. Her small face was red, but her expression was stubborn. In the end, the sword chi vortex dissipated completely. Hong Yu's small hands trembled uncontrollably, already covered in scars. "A draw?" Sun Lingchan glanced at Ling Xiao, as if waiting for Ling Xiao to speak. But then Hong Yu suddenly broke into a smile. "Cold Plum's big sister is really strong. I lost." Others might not know, but Hong Yu was very clear. If this had been a fight to the death, Cold Plum's black feathers would have pierced her heart by now. "You're not bad yourself." Ling Mei spat out a mouthful of turbid air. To be honest, this battle was not easy. If the opponent was not a friend but someone else, then the battle would have taken a long time. Even if he won, he would have consumed a lot of energy. That was naturally not something he wanted to see. Even Hong Yu, who was considered the weakest, was so strong. This quickly raised the crowd's interest. The following battles would only get more and more exciting. He couldn't miss any battle. Otherwise, he would really regret it. Cold Plum and Hong Yu walked to Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao handed Hong Yu a pill and said, "You've worked hard, little girl. But if you admit defeat like this, will the people of Jingyi School let you go? They won't let me fight to the death. I'm just a child," Hong Yu said with a smile. Chapter 1936. Actually, Hong Yu didn't need to worry at all. With her talents, the Jingyi School would definitely train her to be the second Feng Fei. How could the Jingyi School bear to punish her? If they didn't treat her well, wouldn't that push her towards Ling Xiao's side? "Little girl, you're really smart." Ling Xiao gently stroked Hong Yu's head. By the end of the battle, both Hong Yu and Blue Snow had been eliminated. Still, the results of the two girls shocked countless spectators. Two 12-year-old girls had fought their way from the first round of the Blood Purgatory battle to the final battle of the kings. That in itself was a great honor. Cold Plum began to rest while Ling Xiao looked towards the stage. Feng Fei's third match drew cheers from the crowd. Because Feng Fei would have to choose either Mu Wenchuan or one of the 13 top geniuses. This was the kind of showdown everyone wanted to see. She definitely won't choose Mu Wenchuan. Her woman's intuition tells her that Mu Wenchuan isn't simple, Ling Xiao suddenly said. But no one believed him. Even Ling Xiao's friends found his words baffling. Could it be that Mu Wenchuan was stronger than the 13 top geniuses? But in the next instant, Ling Xiao's words were confirmed. Feng Fei chose Lei Tun. The 13 top geniuses were just like the 4 heroes of Tianhai, but there was still a huge gap between their strengths. Feng Fei only used 3 moves to deal with Lei Tun. The first move broke Lei Tun's defense. The second broke through Lei Tun's protective elemental energy. The third knocked Lei Tun out of the stage. Of course, Feng Fei was more particular with his moves. He didn't kill Lei Tun. After all, he didn't have any deep enmity with the White Tiger Empire. It was enough to defeat him. Another top genius has been eliminated. This is too unexpected. It wasn't just the spectators who thought this. Even the judges felt that this wasn't a good idea. Especially the Black Tortoise Temple. They'd been eyeing the 13 top geniuses for a long time and had given them plenty of cultivation resources in hopes of recruiting them. Let's not talk about the 3 who were killed. They didn't want any of the remaining people to be eliminated. Sect leader, can we change the rules of the revival round? Lawless turned around to look at Xianming and asked. Now that the 9th Heaven Palace has appeared, our Black Tortoise Temple is in need of people. Plus, that Ling Xiao won't listen to us. Why don't we give the chance to comprehend the Magic Cube Temple to others? What do you think? You decide for yourself, but you have to think of a reasonable reason. Don't let the world laugh at our Black Tortoise Temple for not keeping our word, Xianming said faintly. He also felt that Lawless's words made sense. Now that he was in need of people, he needed geniuses who were more obedient. Understood. Lawless told the rest of the judges about his plan, and they all agreed with him. This was because the revival round was also beneficial to the other referees' factions. Then it settled. While Lawless was talking, the 4th match had already ended. Tianhai Tyranny chose Qingqiu Lihua as his opponent, and defeated him in 3 moves as well. It was as if he wanted to compete with Feng Fei, and show off his terrifying strength. In the 5th match, the cautious Lei Lai no longer had the qualifications to be cautious. Thus, he exploded with his true strength and defeated Fairy Qingqiu in 3 moves as well. Now 2 of the Silver Fox Empire's top geniuses had been eliminated at the same time. These 3 are too terrifying. I bet the top 3 of the White Tiger meet will be one of them. After watching this match, the audience felt that Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, and Lei Lai were a level above the rest. These 3 people were truly terrifying. It seemed that no matter who encountered them, it would be impossible for them to win. 6th match, Sun Lingchan. She did have the right to choose, but the problem was that none of the people she could choose were easy to bully. If she couldn't choose the top 8, then she only had 4 opponents left: Xiao Budian, Sir Heavenly Wolf, the Silver Wolf Princess, and Mu Wenchuan. None of them were easy to provoke. Sun Lingchan stood on the stage with furrowed brows. This was going to be troublesome. Who should she choose? Sun Lingchan suddenly looked towards Ling Xiao. She trusted Ling Xiao's judgment. If you want to win, the Silver Wolf Princess has the best chance. But it's not a guaranteed win. If you have other ideas, then choose yourself. The other three are about the same. Ling Xiao could only give Sun Lingchan this hint. After all, the Silver Wolf Princess was the only one who was slightly weaker than the other. Forget it, I'll leave the Silver Wolf Princess to Longqin. I choose Mu Wanchuang. Sun Lingchan had her reasons for choosing Mu Wanchuang. As one of the Tianhai Four Greats, she had always wanted to prove that she was stronger than Mu Wanchuang. Just like how Mu Wanchuang wanted to prove herself. Since the White Tiger meat had given her this chance, she was going to try it out. As expected of your choice. Although it's the worst choice, it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. Since you've chosen, then fight bravely. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. The key is to fight your own style. Ling Xiao wouldn't pour cold water on Sun Lingchan. Since she'd already made her choice, he'd support her. Moreover, he'd already given the colored glass armor to Sun Lingchan. Even if Mu Wanchuang had some special ability to defeat Sun Lingchan, it wouldn't be enough to kill her. Even so, Ling Xiao still furrowed his brows in worry. Mu Wanchuang gave him a sense of danger that was even more terrifying than Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, or Lei Lai. But why? If this woman was really so strong, she had no need to be Fan Ruohai's servant girl. Could it be that Fan Ruohai was even more terrifying than her? Or was she just using Fan Ruohai? He couldn't figure it out. Ling Xiao felt his head hurt, but he still couldn't figure out the crux of the matter. Just what was the reason for him to be so wary of Mu Wanchuang? But he trusted that his instincts wouldn't be wrong. On the stage, Mu Wanchuang glanced at Sun Lingchan and said, "You can go down. For Ling Xiao's sake, I won't make you look too bad. We'll still be the best sisters of Tianhai's Four Greats. You know that's impossible." How could Sun Lingchan admit defeat without a fight? Her pride wouldn't allow her to do so. Whoosh! In an instant, Mu Wanchuang was less than 3 inches from Sun Lingchan. The moment he agreed, Sun Lingchan's eyes were filled with disbelief. Pfft! She spat out a mouthful of blood. "I've lost!" Sun Lingchan hadn't made a move, but she'd really lost. Mu Wanchuang hadn't attacked either, only approached her. This was even stranger than when Cold Plum had killed her. Chapter 1937. Everyone was stunned. This scene was too bizarre. Many people still didn't understand what was going on. Why did Sun Lingchan suddenly spit out blood? Was she injured to begin with? Only Heavenly Sea's Tyranny laughed coldly and muttered to himself. So it was like that. No one knew what he meant by that, but he must have seen something. Ling Xiao also said, "So it was like that." No one knew what he was talking about. He didn't seem to want to explain either. But Sun Lingchan lost just like that. She lost completely. She returned to her seat and revealed a bitter smile with a pale face. "I finally understand why you said she was scary. She really is. Perhaps even Feng Fei and Heavenly Sea's Tyranny aren't her match." I know." Ling Xiao nodded lightly. "You don't seem surprised at all?" "Because I already knew she wasn't weak." Ling Xiao smiled. "All right, Lingchan. Hurry up and recover. There should be a revival match soon. You need to prepare yourself for it. There's only one spot for the revival match, right?" I'll tell you the truth. I saw that Lawless and Xian Ming's conversation. There definitely won't be only one spot for the revival match." Ling Xiao grinned. "I believe you." After the incident with Mu Wanchuang, Sun Lingchan was completely convinced of Ling Xiao's abilities. Although she didn't know how Ling Xiao had found out, as long as Ling Xiao said it, it couldn't be wrong. She began to hurry up and recover. On the stage, Longqin finally came out. "I'm sorry, Silver Wolf Princess. Sister Lingchan gave you to me. I can't let her down." Longqin chose the Silver Wolf Princess. Of the remaining 3, the Silver Wolf Princess was the weakest. She was also the one he had the highest chance of defeating. He definitely wasn't a match for the little guy and the Heavenly Wolf Prince. Long Chen was also very confident. However, he was the same as Ling Xiao. He would not be so arrogant that he would forget himself. After all, this kid was groomed by Ling Xiao. This Long Chen should be the strongest martial artist in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. I wonder if he'll be able to match Ling Xiao's strength. Even now, people still felt that Long Chen was the strongest martial artist in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. After all, this kid was a true dragon. His battle prowess wasn't weak and his cultivation base was stronger than Ling Xiao. The Silver Wolf Princess is the weakest of the remaining 3. But no matter what, she's still one of the 13 top geniuses. She's one of the 2 strongest geniuses in the Yulang Empire. That's right. This battle is also a battle between the strong. The scene will definitely be very exciting. Everyone was looking forward to it. Was it the counterattack of a minor character from the Celestial Empire? Or was it the suppression of the Princess of the Great Moon Empire? You will regret choosing me. The Silver Wolf Princess was also arrogant. How could she be in a good mood when people thought she was the weakest of the remaining 3? The moment she stood up, she looked at Long Chen coldly and said, "I'm sorry. Although I don't like the little guy the most among the 3 of you, I have no choice. You should be weaker than the little guy. If I want to win, I can only choose you." Long Chen sighed. That was the truth. "You will pay for what you've said." The Silver Wolf Princess took a step forward, and her figure flashed into the arena. A terrifying and sharp aura pounced on Long Chen. She was one of the top 13 geniuses, but she was always overshadowed by the Heavenly Wolf Prince. When people talked about the 2 of them, they always felt that she could be ranked as one of the top geniuses because of the Heavenly Wolf Prince. How could she be convinced? "If you want to prove that I was wrong, then prove it with your strength." Long Chen's aura was released from his body. A terrifying dragon aura enveloped the entire arena. At this moment, he was the main character of the arena. His ancestors were once the main characters of the mystic world. They had ruled the mystic world for much longer than the humans. "You'll definitely see it," the Silver Wolf Princess sneered. Her eyes suddenly turned into a bright silver color, revealing a seductive and strange look. Silver wolf eyes. These were the unique eyes of the Silver Wolf clan of the Yulang Empire. Although they were not as good as Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eyes, they had their own uniqueness. "Kill!" A crisp and clear voice came from the Silver Wolf Princess' mouth. She waved her claws in the air. In the sky, it turned into a huge silver wolf claw, wanting to slap Long Chen to death in the arena. Is the dragon stronger or the wolf stronger? We'll see the result in this battle. Everyone stared at the arena. They were excited to see a very special battle. The Dragon Clan was a legendary clan. The Wolf Clan of the Yulang Empire was a fighting clan that stood out from countless other clans. They had an innate fighting advantage. It was hard to say who was stronger. Humph! Long Chen snorted coldly. Then, he took a step forward and waved his right hand like a claw. Dragon Claw! A dragon's roar rang out, shaking heaven and earth. The terrifying dragon claw rushed to the sky in an attempt to stop the wolf claw. At this moment, Long Chen's entire body was wrapped in a vigorous dragon aura. His short hair stood up and his clothes puffed up. It was as if a giant dragon was standing there, giving people an incomparably strong shock. As a result, many martial artists in the audience began to tremble. Warriors with weak willpower even knelt on the ground. Boom! The wolf claw fell and was hit by the dragon claw. Then, the wolf claw was blocked by the dragon claw in the sky, unable to move any further. The terrifying dragon aura from the dragon claw seemed to come from the ancient mystic world. Long Chen was not just a warrior now. He had become the symbol of the entire dragon clan. The former overlord of the mystic world was now challenging the humans. Break! Crack! The terrifying dragon claw crushed the wolf claw. Long Chen's body was no longer human. He was half human and half dragon. He had entered the dragon transformation state. This was the first time he had chosen to dragon transformation since the start of the White Tiger meet. After all, he did not dare to be careless when facing the Silver Wolf Princess, one of the 13 top geniuses. The terrifying dragon aura formed the image of a huge golden dragon in the sky, overlooking the earth. This kid is so strong! He's really from the Dragon Clan. He should be the strongest person in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Yeah, although Ling Xiao killed Wulong and the Crown Princess, he didn't show such a domineering scene. Most people stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They were unfamiliar with the terrifying dragon aura that wrapped around Long Chen's body, but they admired it. They felt that this aura was the strongest energy in the world, making them envious. Chapter 1938. The Silver Wolf Princess took a few steps back and looked at her silver wolf claw that had been completely crushed. She was shocked and furious. Was the Dragon Clan really that terrifying? Were they even more powerful than the Wolf Clan? Complete dragonization! Long Chen roared and transformed into a small golden dragon the size of a human. He was still half human and half dragon, but his appearance was complete dragonization. He had not entered the final stage and returned to his original form. If Long Chen returned to his original form, the scene would probably be even more shocking. However, even now, the vast and mighty draconic aura had become even more powerful. The terrifying aura continued to attack the Silver Wolf Princess, causing her face to turn pale. Wolves could not do anything in front of the dragon. In ancient times, the Wolf Clan was just food that the Dragon Clan hunted casually. Roar of the Golden Dragon! Long Chen suddenly opened his mouth and a golden dragon extinguished shot out. It became even more powerful in the air. This golden dragon's extinction almost destroyed the entire arena, dyeing it a golden color. The warriors near the ring could not help but avoid it. Silver Wolf Transformation, break it! At the critical moment, the Silver Wolf Princess activated the bloodline of the Wolf Clan in her body and transformed into a huge silver wolf. The silver wolf was 7 to 8 meters tall and stood on the ring. It opened its mouth and breathed out a breath that caused the entire ring to become extremely cold. The originally blazing dragon extinguished seemed to be frozen by the breath. The golden ring instantly turned silver white. Silver Wolf Princess, you really live up to your reputation. It seems that I really can't defeat you without using my final trump card. The moment the silver-white cold breath approached Long Chen, his body suddenly became huge. A golden dragon appeared on the ring. The huge silver wolf was like a child in front of it. It's over, Silver Wolf Princess. You're really amazing to be able to make me use my original form. Long Chen's cold voice came from the mouth of the golden dragon. Then, the huge claw slammed down and the entire ground shook. First, the frozen white mist disappeared. Then, even the huge silver wolf was shaken to the point of dizziness. Immediately after, the golden dragon swung its tail and the Silver Wolf Princess was thrown out of the ring. There is no enmity between us. I won't kill you. Long Chen and Ling Xiao were the same. They didn't like to make enemies for no reason. Unless someone wanted them dead, they would rather show mercy. Thanks a lot. The Heavenly Wolf Prince glanced at the Silver Wolf Princess. She knew that if Long Chen used his claws, the Silver Wolf Princess would be turned into meat paste. At the last moment, he used his tail to pull the Silver Wolf Princess out of the arena. He was really grateful for this. No need. Long Chen left the arena in a carefree manner. He had already transformed into his human form. Damn, that was close. This woman is not to be trifled with. He walked to Ling Xiao's side. Although his face was filled with joy, there was also a hint of relief. She is indeed not to be trifled with. Fortunately, it is daytime now. If it was nighttime with the moon, you would definitely lose. Ling Xiao didn't mind pouring a bucket of cold water on Long Chen. He didn't want Long Chen to become arrogant just because he won this battle. That would be detrimental to Long Chen's future development. Big brother, don't worry. I won't be arrogant. Long Chen smiled. It's good that you're not arrogant. There is only one last battle left. I wonder who Zhe Linglong will choose. Will it be Xiao Budian or the Heavenly Wolf Prince? If she chooses one of them, then the other person will have a bye. That's not bad. Just as he was thinking, a voice suddenly came from the arena. Ling Xiao, who do you want me to help you eliminate? It was Zhe Linglong's voice. When everyone heard this voice, they couldn't help but be stunned. This wasn't the first time Zhe Linglong helped Ling Xiao. Why? Many people were puzzled. Could it be that Zhe Linglong also fell in love with Ling Xiao at first sight? Impossible. Zhe Linglong was blind. She couldn't see anyone. Not to mention the others, even Ling Xiao was baffled. He didn't know Zhe Linglong, but she seemed to take care of him. It wasn't the kind of care between a man and a woman. It was more like she was entrusted by someone. But who could it be? There are only 2 people left. I have no enmity with the Heavenly Wolf Prince. Ling Xiao didn't say it out loud, but it was clear enough. All right, then I will challenge Xiao Budian. Zhe Linglong looked at Xiao Budian and said softly, Zhe Linglong, you could have easily advanced, but unfortunately, you chose the one you shouldn't have. There were only 2 people left, and neither of them wanted to be chosen. It wasn't that they wanted a bye, but if they were chosen, it would be too embarrassing. It would mean that they were weaker than the other person. For these experts, sometimes their face was more important than their lives. Therefore, no one wanted to be chosen. Just try, Zhe Linglong said softly. I'm afraid this attempt will make you die a horrible death. Xiao Budian suddenly jumped onto the arena, not giving Zhe Linglong any time to react. He punched out with both his fists, and the sky was torn apart by his fists. A huge meteorite fell from the sky. The Boulder King's inheritance. Lawless raised his eyebrows. As the main judge of the White Tiger meet, he could naturally see it. What Xiao Budian was using was the Boulder King's signature move, the Meteor Divine Fist. Although its power was not as strong as the Boulder King's, based on its appearance, it was already 90% of the Boulder King's power. Zhe Linglong just watched calmly, not making a move. However, a strange energy rushed out from her body. It wasn't her internal force, but more like her soul force. The energy rushed up to the sky and lifted the huge meteorite, preventing it from falling. 1. The zither in Zhe Linglong's hand sounded, and a musical note broke through the sky. The zither was a treasure from the 10,000 Devil Graveyard, and it was quite powerful. Although Zhe Linglong couldn't use its full power, it was definitely better than the weapon she used before. The musical note flew up, and with a boom, it smashed the huge meteorite into pieces. Xiao Budian frowned. He then pointed out with his finger. It was a dazzling green light. It was as sharp as sword qi, but it was sharper than any sword qi. The Qing Mang King's inheritance! How much inheritance did this guy get? Lawless looked at Xiao Budian and frowned. Puff! However, when the green sword qi collided with the musical note in front of Zhe Linglong, it was still defeated. Battle Dragon Qi! Xiao Budian roared, and a dragon's roar came out of his mouth. His fists turned into 2 battle dragons, pouncing towards Zhe Linglong. The Battle Dragon King's inheritance! The third one! Everyone was watching Xiao Budian's act, and he kept using the inheritance memories that others struggled to get. Chapter 1939. Although Xiao Budian kept attacking with all sorts of memories, the sound of Zhe Linglong's zither grew more urgent and louder. Dense musical notes flew out continuously and actually tore the 2 battle dragons into pieces. Strong. But I'd like to see how long you can last. 1,000 feet, 1,000 shadow fists. Behind Xiao Budian, countless arms and fists appeared and blasted out at the same time. Fist shadows flashed, densely packed, continuously shattering the musical notes. Divine Lord Qianzu's inheritance! That's the 4th one. No wonder this brat was so confident in defeating Zhe Linglong. But Zhe Linglong remained calm in the face of such attacks. Her hands flew up and down the zither strings so fast that only after images could be seen. More and more musical notes were released. The air was filled with the sounds of explosions. What else do you have? Show me everything! Zui Linglong's voice rang out again. Her body released an even stronger aura. Following that, all sorts of sounds that could only be heard in nature appeared on the stage. And they all appeared at the same time. Musical notes. Since ancient times, when Imperial Heaven Empress Earth was born, they existed. Zui Linglong's hands slowed down as she spoke. Every time her fingers moved, there would be a special sound that would fly out and transform into a terrifying power that would shatter the little guy's fist shadows. The sound of a gurgling stream. The crisp chirping of birds. The roars of beasts. The cries of infants. The earth-shattering roars of anger. All sorts of sounds intertwined and surrounded Xiao Budian. The countless fists were instantly disintegrated. What? Xiao Budian looked at Zui Linglong in shock. He thought Feng Fei was the strongest in Jingyi school, but Zui Linglong, who was ranked third, was even stranger. Against this woman, he used 4 types of inherited attacks, but all of them were broken. Black Wind Fury! Finally, Xiao Budian released the 5th type of inherited memory. The terrifying black wind turned into a raging tornado that rushed towards Zui Linglong. The Black Wind King's inherited memory, the 5th type! This brat must have used some special method, or else he wouldn't have been able to get all these inherited memories at the same time. Moreover, he seems to be able to mix them all together and make full use of them. Lawless couldn't help but exclaim, "Genius! This is definitely a peerless genius! His opponent, Zui Linglong, is also a genius! Otherwise, she would not have been able to block Xiao Budian's attack." The black wind whistled, blowing away all kinds of musical notes, as if it wanted to attack the weakest point of drunken Linglong's defense. Unity of heaven and man, sound for me to use. Suppress everything. Subdue everything. Zui Linglong seemed to be singing. Each of her words turned into a musical note that blended into the natural notes of heaven and earth. It turned into a woman wearing a rainbow-colored dress. This was not a martial soul, but a manifestation of musical notes. At this moment, the howling black wind was completely defeated by the musical notes. Xiao Budian could not help but retreat 4 or 5 steps, his face gloomy to the extreme. How can this woman be so strong? What's more, she doesn't seem to be using internal energy, but soul force. She's really hard to deal with. The little guy retreated while thinking about the battle situation. After some thought, he felt that the only way to end this battle was to release his martial soul. Kill! He suddenly roared, and an evil light appeared behind him. All right, let's stop here. Suddenly, Lawless flew into the ring and said calmly, "You two are considered to be tied. You can both advance to the next round." Tied? Lawless's words made the little guy a little angry. I can beat her. Do you really think so? Don't forget, you were forced to use your martial soul, and she still hasn't shown her martial soul or bloodline power. Can you really win? Lawless said coldly. Of course I can. Referee, do you think everyone's martial soul is the same? The little guy said coldly. I didn't want to use my martial soul because I didn't want to expose my identity. Once I release my martial soul, she won't stand a chance. All right, maybe what you said makes sense, but there's no need to continue. If you really want to fight her again, you still have a chance in the last ranking battle. Lawless did not argue with Xiao Budian, because Xiao Budian's words made sense. Some martial artists relied on their martial spirits, so their martial spirits were stronger than other martial artists. On the contrary, when they didn't release their martial soul, their fighting power was weaker. The little guy actually had not shown his true strength yet. What he showed was all the things he got from the purgatory blood battle. This guy was not to be underestimated. Mu Wenshuang, the little guy, Zui Linglong, and the other martial artists who had advanced before, none of them were easy to deal with. This year's geniuses were really hard to choose. Lawless sighed. Fortunately, he had suggested to Xianming about the revival round. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of people who would have left the competition with regrets. Zui Linglong, I'll let you know my true strength in the ranking battle. The little guy looked at Zui Linglong coldly, turned around, and left the ring. I'll be waiting, Zui Linglong replied faintly, as if the little guy's threat was nothing to her. After she finished speaking, she also retreated. At this point, the 8 battles had ended, but the crowd was still not satisfied. Regardless of Mu Wanshuang's strange strength, or Long Chen's overbearing body, or Zui Linglong's heaven and earth musical notes, the little guy's 5 types of inherited memories made the crowd excited. In addition to those who had already advanced, this final ranking battle would really be very exciting. Because in the ranking battle, everyone would inevitably have to fight with others. No one could avoid it. At that time, it would be obvious who was the strongest. The 3rd round of battles has ended. A total of 10 people have advanced to the final round. Here, I'd like to announce a revival battle. The rules of the revival battle are very simple. It's the same as the ranking battle. All the martial artists who were eliminated in the Battle of the Kings can participate. After all, some people have encountered opponents that are too strong, so it's not fair for them. We will choose 10 people from these eliminated people to take the Rubik's Cube trial together. Of course, the martial artists who advance through the revival battle will receive a lower-level Rubik's Cube trial. And the 10 people who advance through each round will receive the best Rubik's Cube trial. So, the opportunity is given to you. Whether you can seize it or not depends on whether you have the ability. When Lawless's words came out, it immediately caused a flurry of discussion below the ring. Some said it was inappropriate. Others said it was fairer. But no matter what, since Lawless had already said it, it didn't matter if the others objected or not. Chapter 1940. The revival round started as scheduled. All the warriors who had been eliminated in the Battle of the Kings participated. In the end, 10 people were chosen. Silver Wolf Princess, Green Hill Fairy, Green Hill Lihua, Lei Tun, Sun Lingchan, Dan Feng, Jun Maching, Jun Macho, Hong Yu, Blue Snow. Exactly 10 people. These 10 people would also get a chance to increase their strength, which was the Rubik's Cube trial. However, it was not as good as the other 10. For them, it was better than nothing. This was also an opportunity. Warriors who advance through the revival round, our god envoys will take you to the Rubik's Cube trial for 10 days. Whether you can turn from a cocoon into a butterfly will depend on your luck. Lawless nodded at one of the god envoys. That person immediately took away the 10 warriors who had advanced through the revival round. The remaining 10, follow me. You will also undergo the Rubik's Cube trial for 10 days. Hold the Rubik's Cube medal in your hands well. That will be the key to your benefits. After 10 days, there will be a day of rest. After that, it will be the final ranking battle. The top 20 will be the number of disciples that Black Tortoise Temple will accept this time. Lawless had made it very clear that the revival round was set up to increase the number of disciples that Black Tortoise Temple could recruit. After all, some of the people who were eliminated still gave people a good impression. It would be a pity if they were eliminated just like that. 10 days! The audience was a little unhappy. They had come here to watch the battle, but they had to wait for 10 days out of boredom. It was too boring. However, the participating warriors did not have any complaints. They had participated in the White Tiger meet not for the fame, but for the benefits. Since there was a chance to get benefits, let alone 10 days, even if it was a few months, or even a year, so what? However, there were some who were worried. For example, Ling Xiao. If he left for 10 days, Feng Minglian, Ji Luoyu, Mou, Zhu Xiaocong, and Lu Lian would have to stay. It would be very dangerous. Sect Master Xian Ming, we seem to have an unfinished agreement. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Xian Ming and said, What agreement? Xian Ming frowned. In the previous battle, I made a bet with Lawless. If he lost, I could make a request to the temple. You seem to have sent someone to supervise, right? Ling Xiao wasn't afraid that Xian Ming wouldn't admit it. There were so many people here. Unless Xian Ming was shameless, he wouldn't let the world laugh at him because of a small bet. After all, The higher one's status and the stronger one was, the more they cared about their face. That's right. Now state your conditions. I remember that I also said that you can't harm the interests of the Divine Hall, Xianming said indifferently. Of course, I only hope that my friends and comrades can receive the protection of the Black Tortoise Divine Palace during the White Tiger meet, Ling Xiao said to Xianming. You really have the guts to mention it, Xianming sneered. The grudge between you and me is so deep. Aren't you afraid that I will break my promise? Sect Master Xianming is a rebirth state expert. If you go back on your words because of such a small matter, then I, Ling Xiao, will admit that I'm unlucky, Ling Xiao said indifferently. He was sure that Xianming wouldn't go back on his words. Xianming knew what was more important, and what was more important. Haha. Don't worry. I will protect your people well. However, it's best that nothing happens to my people. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave here alive. Xianming suddenly laughed. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Of course, he was very clear that Xianfeng was the trump card in his hand. It was a trump card that could make the profound underworld sect master hesitate to attack. It's good that you understand. Today's Battle of the Kings will take a break. It will continue in 10 days. After saying that, Xianming broke through the sky and left. Lawless looked at the remaining 10 people and said, All right. You guys follow me to the Divine Hall. After saying that, he opened a teleportation formation in the sky. The teleportation formation should be opened by the alchemy formation stone. Ling Xiao could feel the energy within it. Senior Giomo's sword, grandfather and everyone else. See you in 10 days. Ling Xiao turned around and said to his friends. You just take care of yourself. Giomo's sword was actually a little worried. Ling Xiao had offended Xianming. Even though Xianming couldn't deal with him openly, it was still possible for him to make things difficult for him. Yes, senior. I know how to protect myself. Ling Xiao nodded. He naturally understood Giomo's sword's worry. However, it wasn't his style to stop here. He followed the others into the teleportation formation and soon arrived at a place surrounded by clouds. It was like a fairyland. Big brother, what do you think this Rubik's Cube trial is? Long Chen stood beside Ling Xiao and was a little excited. Since it's a trial, we naturally have to pass some tests. After passing the test, we can get some benefits. No matter what it is, it will definitely help increase the strength of the martial artist. Ling Xiao analyzed. It's just that you guys have to be careful. I've offended Xianming. I don't know what methods he will use to deal with us. Actually, I think you're overthinking it. Xianming might deal with you, but he probably won't do anything to us. With his personality, he must think that as long as he takes care of you, we'll be obedient. Cold Plum thought for a while and said, That makes sense. However, we still have to be careful. After all, this is someone else's territory. We can't be careless. Any analysis was just an analysis. No one could make a flawless plan. Therefore, the best way to protect oneself was to be careful. This way, they could deal with any unforeseen events in time. Yuans, what's the point of discussing so much? No matter what you obtain, only death awaits you. Don't tell me you still don't understand? After losing the crown princess, Tiahai's tyrannical ambition was completely alone. However, his domineering aura was even stronger than before. It was as if the death of the crown princess had made him stronger. It's still not certain who will live and who will die. Ling Xiao glanced at Tiahai's tyrannical ambition and said, Before the crown princess fought with me, she probably didn't expect to be killed by me. You're the same. Then let's wait and see. Tiahai's tyrannical ambition laughed coldly and sped up to chase. It was easy to get lost in the mist, and with lawless speed, they couldn't afford to stray too far from him. Let's catch up too. Ling Xiao called out. The people beside him also sped up. After a while, Lawless suddenly stopped and turned around to look at everyone. This is one of the 13 Black Tortoise Temple's Magic Cube Temple. It's a place specially provided for Black Tortoise Temple's warriors to cultivate and comprehend. The 10 of you entered the last round of the Battle of the Kings, so you've also obtained this qualification. Magic Cube Temple? What temple is there ahead? Long Chen asked in surprise. Chapter 1941. Where is the temple? Long Chen was very confused. Not only him, but the others were also very confused. In front of them, there was only a colorful light that was constantly being released, but there was no trace of the temple. Lawless smiled but didn't answer. Instead, he channeled some of his yuan force into the light. Then, the colorful light suddenly stopped being released, and a huge Rubik's Cube appeared in front of everyone's eyes. There were countless windows and doors on the Rubik's Cube. Before reaching the Rubik's Cube, there was a gatehouse. There was a strange psychedelic color in the gatehouse, which made people feel very strange and mysterious. Is this the Rubik's Cube Temple? How can there be such a magical building in this world? Everyone was very surprised and curious. Even Ling Xiao had never seen such a building before. He had only seen it in books. It should be a special mechanism that could only be built by the top mechanism master of the Xingji continent. Every door of the Rubik's Cube Temple leads to a special space. The 10 of you will enter 10 different doors. As for what kind of test you will encounter, it will be decided by the Rubik's Cube in your hands. As I said before, the treasure hunt is very important. The Rubik's Cube will also determine the benefits you will get in the Rubik's Cube Temple. Of course, your talent, comprehension, and hard work may affect the benefits you will get. But basically, as long as you don't die in there, everyone should get something. As Lawless spoke, he led everyone into the huge gatehouse. Death was so easy to talk about. It seemed that the Rubik's Cube Temple was not a good place. Although there was a chance, there was also a huge risk. The moment they stepped into the huge gatehouse, the 10 of them clearly felt as if they had stepped into another world. The spiritual energy here was more abundant than in the Wanlei Extreme place. As for Ling Xiao, he felt that his cultivation was beginning to move, and there were signs of a breakthrough. This is a good place. If I'm not wrong, this should still be in the Wanlei Extreme place, but I'm not sure where exactly. Ling Xiao was very sensitive to formations. Even after stepping into the gatehouse, he could still feel the aura of the Wanlei fairy slaying formation. Therefore, making such a judgment was basically not wrong. In other words, this Black Tortoise Temple should be within the 10,000 Lightning Extreme place? Cold Plum asked. It should be. The Black Tortoise Temple has always been very mysterious. No one knows its exact location. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I'm just guessing, it might not be true. However, it's best not to speak of this matter. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be disadvantageous to you and me. If he knew too much, it would be easy for him to be silenced. Greetings, Venerable Lawless! Just as Ling Xiao was sighing over the mysteriousness and strangeness of this place, a voice rang out. Unexpectedly, a person walked out of the Magic Cube Shrine. This person was about 26 or 27 years old. He was a male with a very handsome appearance. Moreover, his entire body exuded a powerful aura. Without a doubt, this person's talent and comprehension were outstanding. At the very least, he would not be weaker than the 13 top geniuses. Perhaps this person was someone who had been chosen in the previous White Tiger Storm meet. Ling Xiao thought. Lawless spoke. The path of martial arts has no end. This person's name is Lin Yuan. During the previous White Tiger Storm meet, he was only 16 years old. He was the last to be recruited by the Black Tortoise Temple. At that time, his cultivation was only at Yin-Yang Realm Level 1. After 10 years, his current cultivation has reached the peak of Yin-Yang Realm Level 18. With such a cultivation speed, apart from immortal and divine grade geniuses, he is considered one of the top geniuses. Speaking of which, 10 years ago, there were no such young experts in the White Tiger mainland. Even Yin-Yang Realm Level 1 geniuses could be selected. You guys are really good, so don't waste this opportunity. Lawless glanced at Lin Yuan and said, Lin Yuan, any one of these 10 people is more talented than you, so don't show off in front of them. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you if something goes wrong. Now, I'll leave them to you. I'll come here to pick them up in 10 days. Yes, master. Lin Yuan was very respectful in front of Lawless. After all, Lawless was a rebirth realm expert. I'm leaving. Take care of yourselves. Lawless glanced at Ling Xiao and said, especially you. You're too arrogant. You'll be at a disadvantage. Thank you for your advice, senior. Ling Xiao said calmly. Ever since Lawless lost the bet to him, his attitude towards him seemed to have changed quite a bit. I hope you guys can come out alive. Lawless turned and left after he finished speaking. As soon as he left, Lin Yuan's attitude immediately changed. He was originally submissive, but he instantly became cold and arrogant. I don't care if you're geniuses or if you're more talented than me. Here, even if you're a dragon, you'll still have to bow down. Lawless glanced at everyone. When he saw that the 10 of them did not speak, he could not help but feel even more proud. He seemed to think that he was quite dignified. Actually, the 10 of them were not afraid of him at all. It was just that this was a rare opportunity. No one would cause trouble just because of a few words. Not bad. It's good that you're obedient. Follow me. Lin Yuan turned and walked forward. The others followed behind him. There was nothing to hesitate about. Since they had followed Lawless here, how could they choose to leave just because they were afraid? When they stepped through one of the doors of the Rubik's Square Sacred Palace, the 10 of them were immediately shocked. The spiritual energy here was much denser than the outside world. If they could continue to cultivate here, perhaps their cultivation would be even stronger than it was today. This might be the benefit of joining a top force. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was only a part of it. The formations, elixirs, and other things that could be used to support cultivation would be more abundant and better than other forces. The Black Tortoise Sacred Palace has 13 honorables. Lawless is the weakest among them. The honorables of our Rubik's Square Sacred Palace are ranked 5th. While walking, Lin Yuan said proudly, so don't just be afraid of Lawless. Here, you should be afraid of our Rubik's Square Sacred Palace. The Rebirth Realm Lawless was ranked last among the 13 honorables. Wasn't the Black Tortoise Sacred Palace's foundation a little too deep? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of Xian Ming. That guy was so powerful that even the Liquor Demon's sword, who had killed 2 Rebirth Realm warriors, was afraid of him. The Black Tortoise Sacred Palace was really too powerful. It was no wonder that they were so overbearing. There was a reason for it. If the Black Tortoise Sacred Palace was so powerful, then what about the Deep Earth sect behind it? Chapter 1942. If the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall was already so powerful, how terrifying would the Deep Earth sect behind it be? Ling Xiao didn't dare to think any further. He thought he was already very strong, but now it seemed that he was nothing more than an ant in the entire profound world. But he wouldn't be discouraged. Being an ant that could turn the profound world upside down wasn't bad either. The stronger the enemy, the greater the sense of accomplishment in defeating them. Just where are we going? Tyranny Heavenly Ocean seemed to be getting impatient, so he opened his mouth and asked. Naturally, we're going where we should go. If you think it's too troublesome, you can just leave. Lin Yuan glanced back at Tianhai Tyranny. I've seen too many self-righteous geniuses. Your generation is the luckiest, but also the most ignorant. In the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall, your talents count for nothing, so it's best if you don't open your mouths before me unless I tell you to. I wonder who's the ignorant one. If this wasn't the Magic Square Sacred Hall, you'd have died a dozen times over for your words. Feng Fei smiled faintly. That's right. Tianhai Tyranny agreed. Well said. This person's mouth is too cheap. Heavenly Wolf Prince smiled coldly. This time, the 10 of them seemed to be on the same side. This Lin Yuan actually dared to call them ignorant and arrogant. If these words came from Lawless, then so be it. But what right did a mere Lin Yuan have? These 10 were the top geniuses of the White Tiger continent. They'd fought bitterly to advance to the final round. Are you all thinking of rebelling? Lin Yuan's expression turned ugly, but he didn't dare to make a move. He wasn't weak and could tell that Feng Fei, Tia Tyranny, and Lei Lai weren't any weaker than him. If they really fought, he'd be the one at a disadvantage. We don't dare to rebel, but you were the last to enter the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall. Your talents here aren't that great, right? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. That's still above average, Lin Yuan said. Hee, if above average talent is trash like you, then it looks like the high talent in the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall isn't that great either. You've cultivated from the first level of the Yin-Yang realm to the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm in 10 years under such good conditions. Don't you feel ashamed? Ling Xiao smiled and said. Since you're leading the way, just lead the way obediently. You can't afford to insult just anyone. Although a few of the 10 people did not get along well with Ling Xiao, this time, they all agreed with Ling Xiao and nodded in agreement. Humph, what a bunch of idiots that don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Once you enter the magic cube smelting trial, you'll know what true cruelty is. Lin Yuan coldly snorted. In the end, he did not dare to attack these people. In the end, he was still afraid. However, he took a serious look at Ling Xiao. Whether it was Feng Fei or Tia Tyranny, he wasn't sure if he could beat them, but this Ling Xiao was only at the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm. What right did he have to speak to him like this? When this guy was alone, he would definitely teach him a lesson. When he thought of this, he felt a lot better. The group continued forward and soon saw the main hall of the Magic Cube Shrine. In the main hall, there was a colorful throne, and the person sitting on it was actually a child. He looked no older than 7 or 8 years old, and was playing with a magic cube in his hands. The magic cube was a toy imported from the Shinji continent. It was very suitable for children to train their intelligence, so many smart children liked to play with it. However, when they saw that the person sitting on the throne was actually playing with this thing, they still felt a sense of disharmony. That's the son of your honored sir, right? Long Chen asked with a smile. Don't be rude. That's the honored sir of our magic cube shrine. Why aren't you greeting him? As Lin Yuan spoke, he took the lead to kneel down. But none of the 10 people following him knelt. They were all prideful geniuses. Who would kneel before a child? Venerable One, these 10 people are really too immature. Should we teach them a lesson first? Lin Yuan asked. No need. Geniuses are always prideful. As long as they can pass the Magic Cube trial, they can become an official disciple of the Black Tortoise Shrine. But before entering, I'll have to trouble you to sign this thing. The Magic Cube Shrine threw out a booklet with a paragraph written on it. I'm willing to join the Black Tortoise Shrine and accept all the rules of the shrine. At the back was the place to sign. What do you mean? You have to join the Black Tortoise Shrine to accept the Magic Cube trial? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. No. I thought you guys wouldn't refuse. The Black Tortoise Shrine is the strongest force in the White Tiger continent. You won't lose out if you join us. Are you not willing? The Magic Cube Shrine looked at Ling Xiao with a smile and asked. However, this smile made people feel uncomfortable. It was as if they were being stared at by a smiling wolf. Seeing that everyone was hesitating, the Magic Cube Shrine didn't get angry. He only said, All right, I'll bring you guys to visit the Magic Cube Shrine. Then, you'll know that I'm not harming you. He didn't stand up. Instead, he flew in the air with his legs crossed. He was still playing with the magic cube in his hand. The Magic Cube Shrine brought the 10 of them to visit the shrine's cafeteria, accommodation, cultivation, and other places. Then, they returned to the main hall. The eyes of the 10 people were filled with shock. The things they're eating are heavenly treasures that we've been dreaming of. It's something that's hard to get in the White Tiger continent. The place they're staying in is a place that uses a special array to assist in cultivation. Their cultivation speed is several times faster than us outside. And the place they're cultivating has so many high-level sparring partners and such good guidance. We've been living in vain all these years. If we can get these, we might even have a chance to break through to the rebirth realm. This was the thought in every martial artist's mind. In a place like the Black Tortoise Shrine, all the genius martial artists didn't need to kill or take risks. They could obtain the guidance of powerful masters and even find high-level sparring partners to learn from. They could even obtain powerful martial arts manuals. In addition to the daily consumption of heavenly treasures, the place they were cultivating in was excellent. It could even be said that they didn't need to work hard. As long as they cultivated on time, ate, drank, and played, they would be stronger than most of the martial artists outside. This was the difference in birth. The starting point of others was higher than the martial artists outside. Now, this place gave them a chance. A chance to join this place and get the same treatment. How should they choose? As long as they weren't crazy, they would make a wise choice. After all, the rise of the grassroots was only a rare occurrence. Most of the grassroots couldn't surpass these superior martial artists in their entire lives. Therefore, once there was a chance to turn things around, it would be foolish to let it go. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.